What is up, everybody? Welcome to today's Sunday development stream. As you know, I'm Carson, and I'll be hosting you today. Jaegar will probably not be able to make it today. He is, in fact, moving today, so it's a pretty busy day for him, but we're going to have a productive one nonetheless. So, yeah, I'll just let people roll in here and stuff. Right before the stream, Arthur and I fixed the news page so it's actually pulling proper data now. So the main website's news page is up to date and will, for now on, stay up to date. So that's good. Some players pointed out into our suggestion page the other day that this was going on. Ooh, we gotta give this a nice little Twitch TV reaction. Yeah, some players pointed out in the suggestion page, I believe, that it needed to be fixed. So I'm going to give them a thumbs up now because that has been finished. Ooh, a lot of people want whatever this request is. If I could activate my osmium ore and then use it on... Oh, yes, being able to click the item and then the furnace. I honestly think both options should pretty much always be visible. That would be ideal, but I can see why that might be a bit of a challenge. Oops. Let's go back. All right. And sorry, I have the fan on and I can hear it, and I'm assuming you guys can, so I'm going to quickly turn that off. All right. Anyway, welcome everybody. Let's get to the action. Yeah, so where we left off last stream was with post-processing effects being supported. I'm not going to say added. That's what we're going to be doing today. But they're supported, as well as the ability for us to easily add Z layering. So higher priority is Z layering. That's what we're going to tackle first and try to get finished today. Once we are done that, we're going to make a manager on the client for controlling various post-processing effects we would like. So if you can envision some sort of post-processing manager that I could say, hey, I want it to be darker, I want it to be lighter, I want to raise the bloom and decrease the bloom. Just kind of hook up easy to call functions for controlling that. And then once that is there, then we can make some functions that use those functions for saying, hey, make it look like it's nighttime. Hey, make it look like it's daytime. Transition from it. Because that is really what we're going for. The ability for everything to kind of live change throughout the Elorian days. We've even talked about going as far as to changing some NPC pathing. So if you can imagine during the daytime, goblins are out in the world and everything, and then at nighttime, they consolidate down to the buildings that they live in their town. Yeah, bats come out at night. Yeah, exactly. We could have special NPCs, so maybe bats are only out during the night, and squirrels are out during the day and path from one tree to another. You know, they like spawn, make the run, despawn. Stuff like that. And welcome, Bool. Nice to see ya. That sounds really neat. Glad to hear it. And welcome, a Fed. I don't know how I should pronounce that. That's definitely the starting of an address. Welcome, Fed. I'm going to say Fed. Nice. Yeah, so that's the type of stuff that we're going to be working on today. But as much as those are all really cool things, the higher priority, the thing that I'm going to start with, is Z layering. And we started that last stream, and it was working to the point where if you spawn to NPCs and stuff, it would be able to on-spawn do it. But it isn't working from a live updating point of view. I run behind the tree, I'm in front of it. That's no good. So we're going to work on that first of all. And then once we do have live updating between the NPCs, players, what is it? Like NPCs, players, and world objects are the three, and projectiles. Nah, projectiles can stay in front. Okay, those three, NPCs, world objects, and players, should share this Z layering logic. But after we have that, we need to split the background layers up. So you can imagine that even once we have Z layering, this chest is still in front of this wall, when it shouldn't be. This wall should be in front of it. It should probably be in front of us too. We stand here, it should be in front of us. But we stand here, we should be in front of that. Right now that's not even possible because of the way we do the layering is we end up squashing the background layers together. But it's not unfathomable, because if we go to our map definition object and we go to, sorry, not map compressor, and we go to the layers it expects from tiled, you can see that we have ground tiles, here's all the layers, structures, here's the layers, scenery, bleh. We'd basically need to take the structures and take these two risen ones and put them into their own group, because right now they like the risen walls and fences and stuff are put into the same layer as the ground tiles when you're drawing buildings, but we've kept them separate this entire time for this very reason, because one day I'm gonna plop them and give them their own spot, and then we're gonna have to code that case to be a case that handles these tiles more like world objects and less like tiles that can be pooled, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. Whoa, mute you. We got our own music. But yeah, so that's what we are doing today. Okay, so we go back to tile map. Am I on the right branch? Version patch 66, Pixie v5. Yep, I'm on the right branch. Check for map update. This character sort children. Yeah, so where we're at is right now characters is the name. I kind of changed this last time so that world objects, characters, users, they all got added to characters, but that's not right. It shouldn't be this characters. We need to rename characters to, let's just go through all the cases. Yeah, I'm going to call this sortable entities. Sorry, that was characters. And characters I'm going to rename to sortable entities because we've now grouped world objects and stuff in it. And then when we, yeah, so it is adding the children in the right order, but we now need to also sort them. So this was commented out from before when we last attempted it. So when you check for the map update, it'll now basically try to sort that every time this is called. That might be too much, that might be too little, but let's just try it. Let's see how this looks. Okay, I need to like permanently mute that tab. It keeps unmuting. Okay, so now I'm in front of the guy. I can still step on his head. No. But what if I... Okay, that's the test, I guess. Let's spawn an NPC. I'm going to stand... Oh, I need a taller NPC. Bam. Spawn the Emperor. Oh, shoot. I did not mean to attack him. Whatever. So, right now... I'm behind him. If I change tabs, which I think is what triggers that. Oh, I'm not in front of him. Nope, so that wasn't good enough. Yeah, so how's everyone's Sunday going? Actually, I'm going to really quickly go to GitHub, and I'm just going to compare, because I like what we've done since, because after last stream, I ended up working on other things. There was some performance things that needed to be done. There's also Christmas sweaters that should be coming out very soon, and some items I had to add for Christmas. The Christmas event is already running, by the way, but it is running with the old items while we add the new items. So just a little tip for you guys, once that swap comes out and it stops doing the old items, it might be the last time you get the old Christmas hats. Now, no promises, we very well might bring it back, but at least for the rest of the year, it will be the last time, because we're bringing new items to replace it. So, oh, not NPC, item 11001. So, Christmas sweaters, are going to be coming very shortly. But yeah, make sure you get your normal hats and stuff until that flips back. And we've got the Christmas trees in, but we don't have all of the Christmas items yet. So for those who have been with us for a while, you'll probably remember that 2 Christmases ago, I made for Christmas everything was white. And a lot of people complained that it hurt their eyes. So Tyler is taking a different approach to how he's making everything snowy. He's not just replacing grass with snow, because that's what, is a little too bright. He's replacing all the decoration with snow. So flowers will probably get replaced with piles of snow. Stuff like that, It'll be a lot more reasonable. The Emperor is just murdering this guy. Yeah, so it should look a lot better than when I attempted it on my own. Alright, so... Right, I was going to GitHub. I'm taking this branch. Then I'm going to do a pull request from this branch to testing version 66. And that should tell me exactly what I did when I did this last week so that we can get caught up really quickly. Can't merge. Beautiful. Oh, it does have code. I'd have to do a pull, but it doesn't matter. Let's go to code changes down here. Let's see. So we added Z index to appearance so that the Z index that's constantly being set should be the Y of the object. Makes sense whenever you set its position, update its Z layering. So that is part of it live updating that should be happening. That doesn't seem to be going on. Asset loading, changes. Right, this is all Pixie v5 stuff. Blah, 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 blah. You don't care about any of this. I don't care about any of this. Okay, so update entity visibility. Basically saying... Oh yeah, here we are adding another place where we update the Z index of the sprite. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Nothing out of the ordinary. There's just a lot of little refactoring I had to do when we moved from version 4 to version 5 of Pixie.js. Here we go. So ground items is sortable, characters is sortable, projectiles is sortable. I added the code saying if Z index isn't null, we assign that to the sprite. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, and that's it. Okay, so it literally is just what I think it is. I wasn't missing anything. Okay, so here, let's just close that, go to entity def on our own. Here is where we're saying UI handle, set your Z index. We also set it here. Oops, sorry. Did not mean to. I snapped the wrong thing onto the wrong screen. Okay. Oh, and we have some other exciting news. So we're going to do something special for it. But next Sunday, 7 days from now, will be our 1-year anniversary of our first stream. So we will get back to you with a bit more news. We'll probably host a little Christmas event, you know? Perhaps play some Obelisk together, have a drop party together, you know, host a little Christmas themed stream, put on my Santa hats, you know. I'm not exactly sure yet if Jaegar and I will be getting together for it like we did last year, but I'm not exactly sure yet. As I said, he's got a busy weekend right now, so don't know exactly if next week. Oh, probably not, actually. I said that and I just remembered it's COVID. So, yeah, never mind. We probably won't be getting together, but he will be on the stream, I'm sure. You know. We'll give him a camera this time. He won't just be audio. We'll make it work. Whoa, what did I get? An error on the client? No Christmas if Jaegar doesn't wear a Santa hat. Yeah, no, he needs his Santa hat. He needs... Oh, right, yeah, I'll get the GIF going. Wow, 1 second. Let me put him on the stream. It is Christmas time. I can put the GIF of him with a lady again. Those were good. It's always funny when I find some old stuff of mine. Like, the first ever time we advertised... the first ever Christmas stream post. Let me find this. You'll see what I mean. I think it's in events. There we go. So this was our first, right? This was us celebrating our first stream, right? Holiday Twitch stream. We're on the iconic couch outside, right? Got a little Guilds of Gods, got the Twitch with the hat. We got all our hats going on here. Ooh, so nice. Obviously, I made this before Jaegar came because he actually, in that first stream, he arrived. So, astute watchers will have probably noticed that that's me in both of them. You know? That's me. And then there's other me. And together... Oops. Come on. Together, you get that picture. I think. Oh, no, I just picked one and I flipped them. Never mind. I tried to do that, and then this just worked better. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the video of him, and that popped up. Also, the visuals have changed so much, I think I'm going to talk to Ironic and try to remaster the Eloria Anthem video. I think that'd be a good healthy thing to do this Christmas. That'd be really cool. Okay, I'm going to search by GIF. Sorry, I'm doing this all off monitor because I'm just like browsing through my files trying to find this, but if I don't find it in the next just a minute, then I'm gonna give up. But it'd be really cool to just bring him back. It was last December. Mic check. Oh, wow. Nope, not that. Yeah, okay. We don't got it. It's okay. Whatever. We're good. That did remind me, though. The there's a really funny little Easter egg, I guess I'm going to put it. It's not an Easter egg, but I was organizing the stream playlist on YouTube for all of our Twitch VODs. So if you miss any streams, all the VODs are on YouTube. So I was going through our YouTube channel, and I was going through the playlist, and I went to see how I started the very first stream before Jaegar arrived. And I don't know, it feels like something out of like our live stream fails. It was, looking back, nobody saw it. I don't think anybody saw it, but the YouTube, on YouTube you can really see it. We're gonna watch it actually. It's pretty, it was kind of funny. So yeah, you go to playlists, you go to Twitch VODs, 44 uploaded. There's some I missed, but 44 streams uploaded. First video. All right, the stream is, I guess, going live. I haven't posted it, but this is the beginning. Ooh, this is the beginning. First stream. Ooh, this is the beginning. First stream. Ooh, this is the beginning. First stream. Ooh, this is the beginning. Okay. See the. I just love that. I'm like, first stream, and then it just starts echoing over and over and over, and I'm like, oops. Good thing no one's here. Oh, there's Jaegar. Hey, Jaegar, welcome. I commented on that one. Okay, Bool did see it. Yeah. Nice song at the start, right? Yeah. Yeah. Good times, good times. Oh, also, I've always had a very bad habit of not uploading the VODs on time, and I have officially integrated it with Twitch. So I still have to like add a thumbnail and a description and blah 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 blah, like the title and stuff. But within the Twitch UI, I can now just a couple clicks upload it. So it's not this extra step I have to do afterwards. Well, it is, but it's a very minor step. It's streamlined. Hey, just packing up at my place, ready to move. Nice, Jaegar, nice. We'll have some safe travels today. Oh, so before the stream, just so you know, Arthur and I fixed the news. I tried to do it and I accidentally took down this page, so I was like calling him frantically, trying to get it fixed up before stream, and we did it. So this is not exactly live polling it from our news, but it is reading this now off of a copy pasted JSON, like the news equals JSON object, array. That array is in its own JSON file that it is reading. So if we can pull that news out of the bundle, or if we can somehow get PHP to read from bundle.js, we should be able to do it. But from now on, it should be just copy pasting to every up patch once just to update this. And we should actually be able to do it, I guess, in the build script. Now that I say that, we could it's probably just literally like, yeah, anyway, I can add it. But yeah, this is a lot better now. As people pointed out, it hadn't been updated in a bit, but we have been updating the game the whole time, so I'm glad that's going. Okay, so let's go back to why Z layering is not layering. Honestly, I'm going to read into this because I'm going off of some old memory, some old logic on how I remember it worked. But let's just look up Pixie.js v5 Z layering. And yeah, see that first link? Yeah. This shouldn't be bad. So Pixie layers is what we are using. And I remember trying to update this and we were already with the newest version. Nice. One day we'll make it fully load. Yeah. This is a lot better. It's not perfect, but at least now it's a one-step thing. It's kind of like uploading the YouTube videos, right? It's a one-step thing now, it was in like a totally different format before. It wasn't an array, it was an object where the key was the ISO standard version of the date, but then then that went to an object who then had a date variable who was the like universal display, like text version of a date, and it was just kind of written differently. So I guess that's why it wasn't that nice. So now it's reading the right format at least. But yeah, anyway, so let's go see this. So Z order example. I mean, I guess I should read it before I dive into the example. Okay, so Z index, yes, that is the variable. Yes, we are calling sortable. Oh, sortable children equals true. Yes. Okay, so there's a mistake I just did. I uncommented a line without thinking, where it was calling sort on children. No, put that back. Okay, because that's not really doing anything. It should set it to sortable children until we see that's a function later. But I think that's the whole point. Is v5 will handle it for us. We just have to make sure this variable is always updated and the container is set. Therefore, to avoid any conflicts, Pixie layer sorts only by Z order, and Z order works the same as Z index. Oh, so layers is not v5. What are we using? I know if we go to package JSON, we are using this layers, right? Pixie layers. Pixie layers. So let's see. Therefore, to avoid any conflicts, they use Z order. That means if you use Z index equals sprite y or Z order equals negative sprite y in v4, you have to use Z order equals sprite.y. However, you can hack for compatibility. Yeah, we didn't really use. I'm now wondering if we were ever using this. But anyway, I'm going to go on. Some explanation. So we make a layer like that. I'm going to see if we ever do that call. No, we don't. I don't think this is relevant to us. I think it's just a module we have. But maybe we should be using it. I'll just keep reading. So can be rendered inside of its layer instead of a direct parent. Layer can order elements inside of it by Z order. You can check which objects were picked up into layer. Update stage, display children. You can override the sort. Well, we don't. I'm going to see if we can do it natively in Pixie.js. Pixie.js v3. No, we want v5. Z index. I'm just going to call it instead of Z order. You have to use Pixie v5.x. Confusing, thank you. Yeah, okay, it's like I was just using Pixie v4. Alright, let's just go back to this. I'm fairly sure layers is what to use. Okay. Alright, well, if we go back to the documents on layers, that means I should be setting Z order, not Z index. Pixie layer sorts only by Z order. Okay, Pixie layers. Let's see where we use this. Comment it out. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. So display, Pixie display is not used. Pixie.container is. So do I have to change this from being a Pixie container to a display? Let's see what's in display. Maybe display is just a container. Pixie display group. Okay, this is a demo of Pixie layers. So the idea is that you can click and drag these guys while you're holding them. They're on top, and then when you drop them, they layer. So that's pretty good. So on sort, it updates the Z order. So the group sort says, what do we do when, you know, this sprite needs to be sorted, and all it's doing right now is updating the Z order. That makes sense. And that's for green group, that's for blue group. Hey, welcome, Nox. Thanks for the... Ooh, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I need to zoom in over here. Trying to read that. It's a little... My laptop's too far away. Thanks, Jaegar. You got me. Okay, so we might need to make a display group. That sounds very similar to a container, but let's keep going here. So there's a drag group, shadow group. So on the the stage gets set to a display stage. We set sortable children to true, which really tells me this is a container. Or yeah, I guess stage is at least a container. Pixie v5 sorting works on Z index. Sorry, group can't exist without layers yet, so then we have to add the layers. Okay. So I guess in our context, this would end up being like, if we go to, I'm going to comment this back out, just from the start. We never had it working, so I gotta always take commented out v5 code with a grain of salt, because it's not like this is working code. It is it's more like a breadcrumb, so I can definitely always change it. But it sounds to me like here I have ground items, here I have sortable entity, here I have projectiles. Those would each be the equivalent of a Pixie layer. Or sorry, we'd have a group. We make a layer out of the group, and each one of those is the equivalent of a group. Then that as in layer format gets added to the stage, which would be the screen as we have it now, the container that right now we're adding it to. So now this is adding bunnies. Hey, that would be nice to manage the map tiles if true. Yeah, it would be. It would be. Yeah, because I was explaining to them about how once this is all done, we're going to have to kind of, like if I go back to map compressor, you're here, we'll chat about this again. These are the tiles that you're referring to. In the structure tiles, we have detail risen behind, and detail risen. These two layers need to be pulled out of this object so it's no longer part of the background and put somewhere that we, for sortable things, right? So those might need to become their own layer within this or something. I don't know. But you get what I'm getting at. This might be nice. I'm sure there's going to be uses for this. Okay, so this now it's going through all the bunnies, making a sprite. Does it add it to, so it's adding it to the container. Okay, so bunnies odd, bunnies even, bunnies blue are containers. It's not adding it directly to the layer or the stage. So we add it to the layer, or we add it to the container, which has just been created now. Yeah, so if it's odd, if it's even, we add it to the right one. Subscribe bunny. So some subscribe method for the bunnies. Oh, down here, subscribe and add shadows. So subscribe is about getting the touch clicks, that makes sense. Setting it to interactive and being able to interact. Add shadows. That's interesting. I kept thinking post-processing for the shadows, but... Oh, that is blur filter. Okay, maybe... Let's think about that. Okay, anyway. It's a good idea. Good approach. So on drag, if it's not dragging, we change the group. On drag end, we set it back. On drag move, all we're doing is updating the X and the Y. So it is updating the X and the Y, which is triggering the group sort, I suppose. I mean, it's interesting too, because I see Z order is only used here. Like, it is quite literally only used here. Elsewhere, we are actually setting the... Actually, do we set Z index anywhere? No, we don't. We just say set its sortable to be true, and I guess under the hood, it is setting Z index. Interesting. So bunny.parent groups. Okay, so sprite has a .parent group, which we set to the group. Okay, all right. I want like a tablet here that I could just start doodling like a little diagram here. But so we make a sprite. So this would be like, you know, your tree. We set its parent group. Yeah, tree.parent group to be sortable entities or whatever. Whatever has players and world objects in the same sortable group. So parent group equals sortable entity group. And then elsewhere, when we're setting the stage, we say add child, a layer referring to the same group. So one adds to the group, the other is a layer that reads from the group and is displaying to the screen. And nowhere did we have to set this layer to be sortable. We set the stage to be sortable, which I guess just means all the children automatically inherit the fact that it's sortable. We don't actually set it to the layer itself. Okay. So let's try to start applying some of this. And I have pushed from last week, so I can just blow this up. Okay. So I'm going to say this dot sortable group is a new pixie display group. Let's see, so that gives me a Z index number and whether it's sorted. Oh, okay, so that's how you set the group to be sortable. It's on the parameter true or false sortable. We're saying yes. So this group is sortable. Then we're going to say this dot sortable group dot on sort. So when it's sorting, execute this code. And this code is going to be sprite.z order is equal to, we're going to say sprite.y times 1000 plus sprite.x. So it's like vertically matters a ton. And this might not be big enough. Anyway, sortable vertical matters most, then X kind of tweaks it after that. But this is actually 1000 times tile size, because it's like the width of the screen. The width of the map is actually 400 currently, but I'm just going to say 1000 because it will be 1000 by 1000 at the current way we're doing the map. And yeah, so blah 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 plus this. I could times tile, I'll times tile size, but it doesn't need to. Times tile size. So that should set the Z order the way we want it. Now when we do stage add child, I'm assuming stage we don't really need to do. Maybe we do, but I'm assuming containers like would work just fine. The way it's saying add child, I'm assuming this is really just a container. So we're just going to change sortable entities. Instead of being a container, we're going to say new pixie.display.layer. Taking this sortable group as the group. Now I'm gonna keep it with interactive and sortable set, but I am wondering if we should just set it to the base or not. For now, let's not. Let's just keep it the way we're doing it. And then when we add our thing, oops. When we add here, bam. Let's get rid of this. Let's say sprite.parent group is equal to this sortable group. So that should mean when we add it to the map, we're setting its sortable group to the 1. Bam. Now, I think this even means that every time we reference a z-index, it can just go away. Now it's in version control, so if I'm wrong, it's easy enough to bring back. But I have a suspicion. All right, it's probably not going to work as is, but let's see what the errors we get are. Cannot read property group of undefined, line 25. 25, oh, that's server. 25 brings us to where I say new display group, like that. So I'm guessing I need to import something. Display.group. I don't think I need to import anything, because I think if I F12 to this, it knows how to handle it. Yep. Okay. Let's just check again what the error is. All right, once again, cannot read property group of undefined. So it's saying pixie.display is null. So something I missed about before. Pixie.display undefined. Alright, let's take a very blind shot in the dark here. And let's find pixie layer. Because we are also never importing this anymore. So I'm just gonna play with the idea of importing it. Just wondering if it's like we have to reference it at some point. Pixie is not defined. Probably in the same scene. Okay, let's go back to, if I go back to the start of this, the thing I didn't do that was in this thing's code was start the app, which we already do our own way. So I just assumed this would be fine, but let's see. New pixie.display.group. Really. Code example. Can I see the GitHub? Download code. I don't want to download. I want to see GitHub. Head over to the example repos on GitHub. Perfect. Examples. Plugin layers. Z order. So this quite literally doesn't do any importing. It just has a reference to everything at the start. Perfect. Display.layer. Alright, see what errors pop up now if I run it. Yeah, so it's back to cannot read group of undefined. What is pixie.display? Oh yeah, okay, I'm being dumb. Const layers is equal to, or pixie layers is require pixie layers. I was F12ing and it was going into the pixie layers submodule to find the code. Now, it doesn't feel right. Oh, pixie is not defined in pixie layers. Ooh, that's not a nice sign. Declare namespace pixie. Pixie layers line 3. Pixie is not defined. Okay, let's try something. Oh, we do import pixie, so we import pixie before pixie layers. So I'm reading people basically saying that you just need to have it after pixie.js to avoid this issue. They're also using import instead of require, which I don't like, but probably shouldn't matter. Okay, yeah, so it seems like it has to do with how coupled this module is with Pixie. You have to have everything in Pixie preloaded so that it knows, like it doesn't error trying to just use it. It just assumes it's all loaded. Oh, whoa. So this is a year old, over a year old. So this might be outdated info, but it's saying you need the developer version of Pixie.js. We don't have it on NPM. I'm sure that this is outdated just because it's a year old. And they're just talking about like, oh, it's on one branch, not the other on Git. Can of worms. I know, right? Okay, one second. Does that do it? Oh. Oh. Let's see. Lovely. I mean, seeing nothing is progress, right? I think so. It runs. Hi, Jaegar. Tell me the issue with what I just did, because I'm sure that we're not supposed to touch global, but one of the guys who works on Pixie says in the Git issue to do this, and now it didn't err. Because in loading Pixie layers, it assumes it can just reference this global Pixie, which the dev version, I guess, does under the hood. I don't know. Anyway, as long as there's no huge like issues with that and it's just bad coding, no, I'm sure it's okay. I want to see this sorting thing working. Okay, so sortable group, sortable entities, add child. I obviously didn't go through this whole list properly yet, so let's do it. Okay, so I add a sortable group. We give it an on. I'll put these side by side. So here we do our sortable group thing, which we do here, and we set the Z order. Perfect. These guys, I am adding this sortable group. Oh yeah, this sortable group does not get added to anything, like, you know, directly. It gets put into this layer, sortable entities, which you add as a child. So the equivalent in this example would be somewhere. Oh wait, how can't I find it? Oh yeah, these guys. Oh, it's because of how, not wide enough. Okay. So here we add it to the stage. I'm assuming that I can add it to the container, like replace app.stage with our tile map itself, which is a container. I'm assuming, and we just use its add child to add our new layer to the sortable group. It doesn't keep a reference to this though, which is interesting. Oh, okay, wait. No, okay, then we get our container. Okay. So then we get our container. So I do need a container. So I need both. So this is a sortable. Okay, I'm gonna make this dot sortable entities layer, which is what we had below. And we add child. And then here This goes back to just being a regular container that we add to. Bunnies add, so then we just have to add it to the container. Okay. All right. If we see visually the people, I'm gonna jump for joy. Damn errors. Oh, it's just a typo. Probably. This dot sortable entities layer is not a function. Oh, because it needs to be this dot instead of just the name. Okay, that one didn't count. If this works, then I'm jumping for joy. Oh, look at that. There's things here. Ugh. Okay, I mean, not exactly working, but you know, you get the gist. Okay, I want to be able to run behind a tree. That's like, that'd be such a nice thing. Okay, back to this. So I added sorting to the container. It's not what this example code did though. This example code said app stage sortable children is true. So I'm going to change that to this sortable children is true and take it out of the containers. Can't be all of what we had to do, but let's just see things aren't breaking. Good, good, good. Okay, so now this is the thing that's sortable. This sortable group on sort does the sorting. So we add the layer. We add the container to the bunnies. We add the things. Oh, okay, wait. Let's go back to this. So things got added to sortable entity, yes. Set its parent group, yes. So on drag move is only updating the Y. So I'm trying to just see that there's nothing manually invoking this sort. Sortable children is true. Okay. Beauty standing on a tree. Okay. All right. Let's figure this out. I'm gonna get angry and beat up a wizard quick. Okay, good. Glad we got that anger out. Okay. This sortable entities, add child. I mean, they're rendering. That's a good step. You know, I'm going to set sortable children to true for a lot of things. Like, I'm curious if I can do it to the layers. No, that'd be dumb. Obviously, the layer knows how to sort. Okay, from the start, let's reread this. So we make our group on sort, do this. Drag is the best layer. Dragged element is above everything else. Yep. Shadows are the lowest, okay. Specify display list component, sortable children. Do I need a stage? And maybe that's it. Maybe it's all about the stage. I'm gonna try that. Actually, that's probably a big piece of it. I don't know what stage is, but let's try this. So following this, it would end up being this.stage is a new pixie.display.stage. Stage extends viewport. What is a viewport? Pixie viewport. It's like is a container. Okay. Is there an app.stage? Is that already a thing? Oh, it is. Okay, alright. I'm gonna change it to stage equals. So get rid of this one. This app stage is equal to scene def. So there is a global stage already there by default. I'm gonna hijack it. Where do we do application? New this.app application. So now I'm going to say this.app.stage is equal to new pixie.display stage. Okay, so instead of using the default stage, we're going to use our own stage, which I'm assuming if we just look at what this does, this is in pixie layers. And stage extends layer, which extends container and stuff. So it's probably all the same stuff. We're just using our version. And now when we're here, I can just import pixie.js. So if I go to, pixie.js, what is it? It's a pixie.js.i.app. Is that what I'm seeing? Yes. So it should become pixie.js.i.app.stage is the stage I just created. So now let's follow this to a T and see where it works. So, oh yeah, and where I make a new stage, I'm just going to say this.app stage dot sortable children is true. So now we set the scene. So is that the only, so yeah, when we set scenes, I just want to see all the times we mentioned this whole stage thing. Okay. So when we set a scene, we remove all the children and we re-add the children. So scene def, which is, I assume, tile map. Then we add menu layer, then we add tooltip. So that tells me that tile map is itself one of the things that are added to stage. Okay. Oops. So following that, that would mean here. Okay, so here we add our sortable group, and we don't add it to this. Where do I do that? Oh no, I can keep that there. It is stage add child layer. Now I'm going to keep it here. So let's see what happens here. So now this is their I wonder if that did it. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, baby, it did it. It did it. It did it. Fuck yeah. I hope this isn't slower because we can go behind a tree now. Oh, that's game changer. That right there is game changer. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if Jaegar's here, but if not, I'm going to freaking send him a picture of me standing behind a tree. And he better be freaking excited about it. Is it just entities? Yes, this is right now world objects, NPCs, just entities. So now I have to rearrange some of this crap. But that's good. You know, it's a step. It's a step. Okay, so now make sure performance isn't twice as bad. All right. All right. Actually, that was kind of funny. Did I run through this and it's like it's on top of... Oh, now it's... Yeah, there we go. Look at that. I'm on top of it, but now I'm behind it when I run past it. Ooh. Look at that. All right, let's check the performance. How does that look? Hopefully it's not bad. I'll be very sad if it's very bad. I mean, I've definitely seen scripting take more than that chunk of the pie. Pixie layers is... I guess that makes sense, obviously. Like, it's now doing the rendering instead of Pixie. Just check pre, but I think we're at about 20% more right now. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to only take the good stuff in the middle. And I'm going to take a little snippet of this. And yeah, let's turn off sorting and see what happens. So turn off sorting. Let's do a recording again. Does it do tiles too? It's not right now. Right now it's just doing every entity in the world, trees, and it's not doing ground objects. Trees, NPCs, characters, players, you know. Okay, so let's compare these now. So still using Pixie layers. So in both of these tests, it is using Pixie layers. It's not comparing Pixie to what it was before. This is using layers, but sorting on or off. And sorting on or off. This one on the left was the one with sorting on. Weirdly, it looks like it's slightly better. So I'm guessing it means it's the same and the overhead is probably on using layers. Let me double check that this, yeah, this doesn't have, oh wait, does this still have sorting? Oh, this is still sorting. What the fuck? Sortable children set to false. Could be that layers handles default overhead to handle this. Maybe, yeah. I can do a pre-layers check. But I just want to check this baby out. Where the frick? Is it this thing? Never mind, I'm behind you. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna really... Okay, sortable children, just comment it out. Maybe this was also making it happen, which would be funny. Actually, that'd be a good sign. If now it doesn't sort, then there's one other test that's worth doing. Before I even switch back to just the regular testing branch and compare. So right now... Fuck, why is it still... It's like we spent so long trying to get this to work, and now that it works, I can't make it stop working. Why am I even going behind it? Does this just always sort? Is that just like default behavior now? Okay, go to entity def. Yeah, removed that. Go to game view, removed that. Tile map. Okay, whatever. This is weird. I'm just going to... I mean, if it's working as it is, I'm not going to turn those variables back on, but I'll just push this and switch. Yeah, I'll do that. So, bam, bam. What was I doing here? I was playing around. Just discard that. Okay, so this is layering works. I guess I don't have to push it. All right, and now let's check out testing v66. And let's compare this screenshot of a snippet to what I currently get. Oops. And then we have to go back here and run a npm install. Got to get back to Pixie v4. npm run start. Okay, there we go. Oops, so we do a performance. Let's do a little recording. Let's run around this building for 25 seconds again. Oh yeah, run away, babe. Okay, the profile is loading. Let's see how the damage is. So take the juicy center. Let's compare it to this juicy center. Based off of just this, just that little snapshot there, I would say it's comparable. Like, I don't feel... It is actually saying it's running better, if I'm reading this right, except... Wait. Oh, okay, wait. It's about the slice of the pie, not the milliseconds, because the total milliseconds is off. But let's... Is this a scripting or a rendering thing? Either way, they're comparable. I'm about to do math, but they're like within a couple percent of each other either way. Because the current test, actually, let's just grab slightly less. Just the center until we're at there we go, a comparable slice. Still about 800 milliseconds too much. Just trying to indiscriminately trim a tiny bit off of the start and end for both of them, or both times. Okay, that's pretty close. So, yeah, it looks like our scripting went down a tiny bit, which is odd. Rendering went down a tiny bit. Painting went down. System went down. Idle went up. That doesn't make sense, Jaegar. Unless Pixie V... That's not true. Okay. This isn't just comparing sorting. This is comparing a Pixie V5 upgrade plus sorting is on this screenshot. So it could just be that Pixie V5 runs good enough, like better than V4, and it's a good enough jump that even adding Z layering was a benefit. Either way, it's comparable. You know, maybe my test wasn't perfect. Maybe people walked a little less in one of them versus the other or something like that. But I think the beautiful thing here is that there isn't a difference. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. Which is pretty slick if so. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, hopefully they did do updated it in a way that wouldn't hurt the engine. That's a good sign, actually. This is a good sign that it isn't worse. Cool. Wow. So I'm going to switch back to the branch and just keep moving forward with this because this seems promising. Get checkout v66/Pixie v5. Okay, fuck you. Oops, I think I pushed a fucking package lock. I didn't mean on the other branch. Didn't mean to. npm install. Wow. So there's Z layering. Nice. I'm going to move Z layering now. Oh, I guess I don't have... It is in progress. Shoot. Okay, we'll go back. Alright. npm run start. Let's just double check we got our Z layering back. And that's cool too, because it's working without me setting sortable children to true on the stage, which is what that example did, which is a good sign because it means we're able to sort these guys by just saying that the smallest container is sortable, not by having to say like the parent is, which is how it already should have been, but it's just good to see. I like the Christmas trees. I really want everything to be Christmassy. Okay, anyway. Cool. So now I'm going to, I guess, split these walls up separately. Yeah. Now, I wonder, in this example that Pixie has, there is a green and a blue group, a green and a blue layer, and a green and bunny's even and odd container, which is associated with green or blue. And I'm kind of wondering, oh wait, did it? No, okay, no. So bunnies can belong to either group. No. The first 15 bunnies are in the green group and the second are in the blue group. I'm wondering, basically, if it would be possible, like if the tiles can be handled roughly the way they are, but the tiles we want sorted, I guess that no, the tiles can't be handled the way they are because they get turned into a texture for the background. I was gonna say I was wondering if they could share a sortable layer but not be in the same container, but probably not. All right, and I'm gonna make an attempt here. I'm glad we figured that out so quickly. So I'm gonna go to map compressor, and I'm gonna change the way we do these tiles. So this is tile data. I'm going to make just a whole new variable here so it doesn't get confusing with this. Because we have, oh, I guess, no, maybe not. Okay, wait, no. So the difference between ground tiles, structure tiles, and scenery tiles is which sprite sheet it reads from. So I don't think I want to make a fourth option here that's like ordered tiles or whatever, you know, something like that, because that doesn't really, that's not the problem. So let's do it here. We're going to say, we can give a new section called ordered tile data. Sortable tile data. And we're going to follow the exact same structure here. So we're going to have an object called structures, which for now is going to be the only thing. And we're going to get rid of detail risen in that one. We're going to add it to this one. So now map data is going to have, these are the background tiles that all get smushed together. And then these are the ones that are pulled out to be ordered. I think that's all we need. There is, but there's a chance. Why I'm doing it this way is there's a chance that maybe Tyler wants to add some scenery, something to the scenery tile sheet that also needs to be ordered. And forcing him to put that sprite in the structure tiles doesn't make sense. So we're just going to follow the same kind of thing here. So let's see where we read tile data and know that sortable tile data is the new stuff. So this is about getting the tile data. Bam. So when we read the map tile data, we get map base tiles. So we're going to add now map sortable base tiles. Tile data to map sortable base tiles. Actually, is this all this does? It doesn't do anything special? Yeah, wow. Wow. Okay. We're just going to call this map data dot bam. Don't need no function call to do it. Oh, wait. Oh no, that literally just returns. Okay. Okay, so map sortable base tiles. In fact, this just returned, so I can probably just do that. Okay. And then that would mean that there is now something called map base tiles that's used elsewhere in the code. Map type, bleh. Generate Boom. And then in tile map is where we read that. Okay. So I'm going to assign this the same way. And it'll be in tile map that we start handling things a little differently. So map sortable base tiles is bleh. This dot map sortable base tiles is empty. This dot map sortable base tiles equals map type def dot map sortable base tiles. Generate this dot bleh equals map type def dot bleh. Get map base tile ID, yes. So we won't have to make an alternative to that. And then it's in here. So here we have update map. We have now pulled it out of there. And instead, we have our own thing to do here. So I guess first, let's just make sure that this worked and got rid of it. So this updated map and map compressor. So I'm gonna have to push these to the client or to the server. So let's type change directory source game type def get stash get checkout v66 slash pixie v5 get stash pop. Okay. This says testing v66, but that is not right. What branch are we on? Branch. Get status. Oh, oops, I made a mistake. Let's do this again. Get add all, get stash. Same checkout I said we were gonna do, except I have to add a dash B because it's a new branch. Get stash pop. Hit dash M. So now we separated map tiles from sortable map tiles in map type def slash compressor. So let's push that up. Get push, set upstream, origin version 66, Pixie version 5. And now on this server, we're gonna go change directory to game type def, get fetch all, get checkout origin v66 slash pixie v5. Sorry, don't need origin. Nice. So now the server has the same type def. Now I get to run the map compressor code. So on the server, I'm just running the program so it compresses the map while I'm finding the script, the migration script. Okay. Boom. And now we have new maps. Cool. So change directory. npm runs start on the client. Let's restart the server. And let's see what we want to see is the game working, but things that will the structures that might be in front of the player should just not show up anymore because they were pulled out of the background layer and into their own little object. Really, I meant this wall. This wall should not be here. That's what I'm getting at. That wall is bad. Really. Let's refresh a couple times out of anger. See if it helps. Detail risen. Really? Oh. Okay, it's taking so long to load. I think, yeah, it cached the last bundle. And now we've got the real stuff going on. Yeah, there we go. So now we don't see the walls, which is perfect. So everything that you don't see has been pulled out of the background and is now going to be added to things that can be sorted. Now, really, when Jaegar and I are optimizing this, we're probably going to group them into rows. Because each one of these walls, whether it's this guy, like one beside each other, they probably don't need... It's not like trees, right? Where trees are, you know, actually separate from each other. These guys will never take up more than one tile, so there isn't a worry about walls, ordering walls amongst each other. They should never visually overlap each other. And because of that, all it really matters is about players and NPCs walking above and below them. So, from that perspective, the optimal thing to do would be to take all these structures, split them into rows, so that if the game is 400 rows tall, maybe that would mean 400 textures, rather than one per tile that has a structure. Maybe that's not efficient, though, because maybe that makes us do work when none of those structures exist in a lot of areas. I don't know, but that's just a thought. That's an optimization we might need to do. Can you specify the Z index across layers? I'm not... Okay. I think what it is that no. Each layer, like if you have two sibling layers, then okay, I'll show you. So when we go to tile map and we make one of these guys, these sortable groups. Right now I'm calling it sortable group, but this group turns into one layer for that group. And you'll see that in the group, it has two parameters, 0 and true. The 0 refers to the Z index of the layer. And the true refers to, does this group sort? Which, now it makes sense. That's why I was able to comment out sortable children everywhere and it still sorts, is because this parameter is true. That's probably it. But anyway, my point is that you'll have one group that is a 0 here, and another group that's like a 1 or a -1. Like the groups are kind of handled separately, I think. And then you're sorting within the group. If you want a wall above an entity, could you just +1 to the wall's Z index from the entity? Yeah, if we put them in the same... That's what the first thing I'm going to attempt, I think, is this sortable entities... Not just make entities, include the walls in it, so they become like full-fledged sprites. And just to see how that works. And then that way their Z index is set to the Y times 1000 times 64 plus X times 64, right? Yeah. I think that's the start, but yeah, I'm just worried about it being not optimal, but it's also the same not optimal fear that we have with trees, right? Where we want them to be sorted, but 99% of trees don't need to actively be sorted, right? It's literally only, as you put it, when a entity is like beside it, maybe it's as simple as the entity checks around it and is like, hey, let's sort that guy. But anyway, we don't have, like, nowhere in the code am I setting Z index anymore. It is literally sortable group. When its sort function is called, call this, which sets the Z order like that. So I don't actually really have control over when sort is called. It's just when it sorts, this is how I want to set the Z order for a sprite. And then I guess in here is where you could do some funky logic where you're like, if sprite dot is projectile, you know, we could handle stuff differently if we wanted to handle it ourselves for things that would normally be in different groups, but now we're putting in the same. I don't know. For now, I'm keeping projectiles just above everything because I think that makes sense. Like if we take a look at what is going into this sortable entities, it's literally world objects, other, character, and user character. What is other, by the way? Can you give me an example of what other would be? No. Okay. Cool. All right, so where do we build the map? Update map. Inventory items. Since they are defs. Okay. But okay. So theoretically, if an inventory item was added to the map, it would fall into this case. But that's just not happening, so this isn't a case that'll ever get hit at this time. Okay. Because, yeah, I think we turn into a ground item. Like, we manually would convert that into a ground item before doing that. I see. Putting it that way, now that I say that, no, man, I'm not even about to say. I was about to say something, but it'd be work we shouldn't plan on doing. So I'm ignoring what I just was thinking. Okay. So we've got our tiles. So this tiles, that's what things get added to. Oh, so what is cool though? What is cool is that when I add a child, if we go back here, we set it to sortable entities like so, but it being in the container sortable entities isn't what makes it sortable. It's the fact that its parent group is set to sortable group. I hypothesize that there can be more than one container that share the same group or the same layer. Yeah, group. The same sortable group. And if that's the case, maybe not, maybe they do have to be in the same container, but hopefully it's in two, because then I could make, similar to how we have a tiles here, I could make a container for, you know, sortable tiles, and have sortable tiles use the same parent group as the entities, but have them be in two different containers, so that when you walk away and the map resets, I can just clear that container group. You know, and rebuild. Wait, I'm wrong. Wait, I'm wrong. Inventory item is its own type. Other is another thing. Spells are other. Okay. Spells are other. Spells aren't projectile. I'm gonna make you go on a rabbit hole and just find out nothing is other. Spell def is entity type other. I see. And then what's projectile def? Projectile. Huh. So projectile def goes into here. Spell def I need to probably handle separately, that means. Because right now I'm kind of just throwing it in with this. Each def needs a type, and anything that isn't used for comparing usually fits into other. Other is the default. Okay. Okay. Sprite pool. What do we do? Do we use this? Sprite base. Sprite pool. Reset. Get sprite. Okay, wait. Yeah. Okay, I see. So it's constructor sets it up. And we use, yeah, okay. No, sprite pool's cool. Sprite pool's cool. It's sprite caching. Yeah, I see. I was just confused because I didn't see it ever adding, but now I see the constructor just sets itself up. Spacool. It is spacool, dude. So spacool. What was I about to attempt? Oh yeah, I wanted to attempt. So I added sortable tiles, add tiles, cool. Now where do we do the tile work as is? We do that in update map. So here we do map data, blah. Update entities, blah. Okay. This is temp tiles. Does all its thing. So I need similar code. Wait, what? Each map. Oh, whew. I am so dumb. I saw this map as smaller than 3, and I thought that was referring to like Overworld Underworld Special for a second, and I was like, what the heck? This is updating one map. But I see now it's not maps. It's more let me rename this. It is map data index. Come on, you fucker. Why can't this... Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. This goes on YouTube. Why can't I rename? Visual Studio's being a dick. There we go. Map data index. It's not a map index. It's a map data index. Damn, Visual Studio Code. Feeling slow today. Oh yeah, and Jaegar, just something I wanted to bring up with you while you are here, so that when you get the chance, you can take a look. Oops, not Agme game. So if you go to our assets, game assets, you will see that there is no sounds here. As you said, there's no longer supposed to be a sounds folder here. If you go to games testing. God, what is it? Sorry, 1 second. Here we go. So, game dash testing, that's it. If I go to testing, I see sounds. So, if we made that change, like if it sounds isn't supposed to be there, there's a bleh, there's a little mistake there. But basically, it still assumes sounds exist. Like when you look at the code, it'll go to sound and it builds the audio path fletching. And then here, when we look up audio path, wait, where the frick does audio path come from? I totally thought it. Testing is outdated. You have an outdated index.js. Maybe. Okay, Webpack on the client has audio path, not the server. I'll accept it. Basically, if you look at on the client Webpack config.js audio path, development goes into dist external sounds. Testing does not, and neither does production. So it looks like development is proper. It doesn't have sounds where in assets, and this is going to dist external. Testing is outdated, as you said, but production is still assuming the audio path is sounds. And on top of that, so it's now supposed to just say it's now dist external. Let's see if that's a thing. Now that I say that, maybe that is a thing. No, so it doesn't seem like there is a dist external on the live. So it's looking for asset sounds, and we want it to be /dist external, which I can't access or have. Those prod paths should be changed to an external assets too. I'll fix it up later. Cool. Yeah. Just putting it on your radar. That's why the clients are getting all those can't load music files. And players, that is why you'll probably notice that it's the menu music playing in the overworld, because the menu music is still loaded at the start and we didn't delay. So that's working as a default. So at least we know the default fallback's working right too. You know? Cool, thank you, Jaegar. So we'll get sounds back fixed up. I'm gonna put that on Jira and move it to in progress now that the baton has been passed on. Audio production, audio pathing, and clients web config audio path. I should say production. Yeah, no, you know exactly. I don't need to freaking specify more. All right, see you whenever I see ya. All right, guys, we are back. Jaegar is gone. We can make fun of him. Okay, so I need to do code similar to this. So before we are adding things to, like, okay, here we add sprite. Nice, let me join. All right, we'll roast you, Jaegar. You have the honors of starting. So this adds sprite. Maybe that's what I gotta do. No, because it's not an entity. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I'm not calling this method because this thing needs an entity def. All I have to do is say this is the map. Wait, map ID is not even... Okay. Literally, it's just sprite. Literally, it's this. It's these 2 lines of code. That's all I need. Okay, so let's go back to where we update the map. In here, so we're going through all the map data. Goes through the width, goes through the height. And then here we add it to the tiles. So I think I'm gonna just be a little smarter here. So we're gonna say this is sortable map data. And for now, there's literally only one. Yeah, that's fine. So sortable map data is mapdef.mapBase tiles, and this is map sortable base tiles, right? Because if we go back to the map compressor, and do it on the other monitor quick, but map def. No, it's map. That's the thing. Map type def. Map sortable base tiles. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna just copy the exact same structure. Map sortable base tiles. So we don't have ground tiles. Then I'm gonna say map def dot map sortable base tiles dot structure tiles. Yeah. So this is ground tiles. This is scenery tiles. You know, I'm saying this and I'm a little torn. No, yep, keep it this way. So we get a relax, so we get the IDs, we go through them. So this goes through them all, cool. And then now, okay, yeah, I'm gonna say sortable map tiles is sortable map data at map data index. So this gets us our map tiles. So map tiles is organized where it has an X and then a Y. For each, bam, okay. So now this is, yeah, and then I'll just append sortable at the bottom. So basically got to say if sortable map tiles doesn't equal null and sortable map, yeah, okay, actually I got to add the same check, but just related to sortable. Basically, it's not null, and its X and Y's and everything is set. But at this point, we're assuming that we only have one. I guess there could be two. How they say that. Let sortable IDs is equal to sortable map tiles real X real Y if number dot is integer sortable IDs, then sortable IDs is equal to an array of it. Basically, if our compressor realized that there was only one ID in that spot versus if there's multiple, it kind of compresses differently in that case, so I'm just popping that in there. Most cases, this is actually going to hit this case, because usually there's only going to be one wall. But in corners, it is possible for me to have put a risen ahead and risen behind to make a corner case that has like a vertical and a bottom that becomes squished. So it is possible to, we will have to treat this like an array. It sometimes will be more than one in a tile. Which is interesting because now we have to get the order of these guys right in that case. Like they're going to have to probably +1 depending on their index. Which is a funny little quirk to add. Yeah. So now we're going to for let I is 0, I is smaller than sortable IDs dot length, increase I. And we're going to do the same. It's very similar, actually. In fact, I'm going to probably refactor this afterwards and make some helper functions within here, but it's not a big deal for now. So this gets us our sprite base. We set the X, we set the Y, temp tiles. So now, no. We don't just sprite base this and then add it to the tiles. Now, we do these two lines and we add it to sortable tiles. And let's see if that works. Okay. And at the very start of this, the sprite pool reset. I'm gonna have to say this dot sortable tiles dot clear children. I'm hesitant that that's not the line, but we'll see. It'll bitch at me if it's not. All right. Clear children isn't a thing. Okay. Pixie.js clear children. What is the line? Huh. Sure. So while this has sortable, that's an interesting way to write it. I wrote it in a different way last time I looped over it, but that is a pretty clean way to do that. Okay, let's try it again. So sortable map tiles, line 361 needs a capital T. What the fuck? What happened? Why did some of these just go away? Oh boy. Okay, sprite base. Yeah, we're gonna try something different, see if this fixes it. Not that I want it this way though. Sortable entities. So let's say it was part of the same group. Let's see how that looks. Okay, and let's just go to the top left to make sure it's not just all shoving it there. Very fucking weird. Oh, okay. I think I figured it out. Okay, I think it's the sprite pool thing. I think I'm misusing this. Let's go to this. So this, yeah. Okay. So this is keeping track of that sprite pool. Yeah, so that's not what I want to do here. I want to make a new sprite every time in this case. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it was using the pooled ones, which is why the background tiles were disappearing when I fucked up. Sweet, put a let in front of that. And here is the moment of truth. Shit. I mean, you can see that these are things. I mean, it's not slow. And you can see that these are things that are actually kind of sometimes above, sometimes below me. So it's doing all the extra work. But it is not doing it right. Sortable map tiles. So then we go into here. Sprite sheet ID got set by that, yep. And then ID, yep, set there. Very peculiar. So why is it adding the floor tiles? I can imagine why the X and the Y's are wrong. Like, the X and the Y's are wrong because we then, like, need to assign it to this whole, like, X1 BS. Like, what is X1? X1 came in from the top? Yeah. So, like, this should say, like, X1 times tile size plus that. This should say Y1 plus tile size, or times tile size. So that should plop it on top of where the background tiles currently are, I would hope. Yes. So now we're not getting all the weird duplicates. And if I run through these, some of these should probably be on top of me, like those. Yeah, like, look at that. That is actually really fascinating if I got this right. Yeah, because this is a wall on the left, which is on top of me. It's just grabbing the wrong sprite. But that's pretty good. That's actually, like, from a perspective of I'm behind the wall. Oh, but you're clipping through the wall. So these guys probably want to always have a little, little bonus on them. Spur base dot Z order extra is equal to 10. No, you know what I mean. There's gonna be something like that going on. Some extra like, oh, you're a scenery tile. Let's boost you up. I think. But yeah, let's see. Let's go through this. So why is it drawing the wrong tiles? So over here we say let ID equal blah blah blah. Then we get here and we do the same because it goes, because ID comes from IDs, which is up there. Oh, there we go. I wasn't using my sortable IDs. Super simple. So now these should be walls. Oh, is that me behind a wall? Yes, I'm clipping through when I'm walking, but ignoring that, that is me in front of a wall. Oh. And I think I honestly just have to add +1 to the Z order to make this not happen. Or +64 or whatever, like tile size. Because it knows when I get to the one to the right that I'm behind it. And the only reason it's higher than this is because of that. Now what's interesting is that it's like while I'm walking, it's almost like I'm taken off grid for, no, I'm always behind it. No, that's right. That's right. Okay. So I'm going to add a little sprite base dot Z order offset equals tile size. Okay. And now when we go to tile map, which we're already in, and we go to this thing, I'm going to say if sprite dot Z order offset doesn't equal null, sprite dot Z order plus equals sprite dot Z order offset. So if this sprite had, like, we set that it should be offset a little, offset it. And now we can indiscriminately hopefully fix that bug. Let's do a little sanity check here. It's equal to, just gonna add like freaking 500 to it. I'm humming and hawing over this. Wait. Oh yeah, that rat just ran behind. I mean, okay, alright, this is progress. I'm a little confused why we're not, while we're walking. It's not that we're in front of both, we're only in front of the one we were walking onto. Alright, I'm gonna do a little test here. Okay. So if we go back to the game. This is oh, wow. All these print lines are killing it. Note to self, print lines suck. But yeah, it's all undefined. Okay. All right, let's fix this. Note to self. For some reason that wasn't set. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. 1 sec. All right, we are back. Da, na, 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 na. Okay. So this this sprite, I thought was the sprite itself, but me just assigning wasn't enough. So I'm gonna get rid of that. I want to try putting this back onto its own sortable tiles later, like I tried earlier. Because the whole reason I changed it, I no longer know if I need. And if I don't need it, it would be so nice. So let's see. I see them, and it... It's like it knows it's on top of me till I stop moving now. Which is interesting. I'm going to try making 2 different groups. I think. No. So that's weird. I'm now going behind it until I don't need it anymore. I do want to find out how to make this work with it being its own group. I hope that's possible because it will just make things easier. Anyway, how's everyone's day going? What's everyone up to? Sprite parent group, sortable group, add. The fact that while I'm walking, I move behind it until I'm done walking and then I pop in front of it is the biggest question mark. Because the fact that for a moment, Zedlering looks like it's working tells me that I should be able to do what I'm trying to do. Like I should be able to have it be in its own container and say sort. Yeah, like I should be able, when I walk right to left, it should be on top of me. Okay, I'm going to go back to this documentation and take a look, see if it had something I missed. Okay. Can I edit this code? No, I can't. I can just download it. So in this example, green is always behind. Okay, wait. Let's see. So shadow is always behind everything. Green is always behind white, but they're layered within their group. So shadows are an interesting one. So let's see how these guys work. Parent group is the shadow group. Shadow is -1. Oh, one of these orders one way, one orders the other way. And then suppose they had the same Z index. I'm going to try something. Let's try something. So I'm just going to call it 2, but really one of these is going to be entities and the other is tile. So 2, I'm just going to plus 2 is just going to assume that your sprite's X is already big. Now I'm looking at this, I don't even think I need times tile size. I think that's unneeded here. I think tile size is already taken into account, but I'm basically saying, what if I said this plus tile size. So this will be group 2. So this is sortable group 1. Sortable entities layer. Then this is going to be sortable tiles layer. And I want to see if the z-index is the same on the groups, if it knows how to, like, if I can keep them totally separate and they can, the sorting still knows how to do some logic here, things will look really nice. Or things will be really nice. Okay, so now I go here, those go into sortable entities, perfect. And then when we do update map, this becomes sortable tile group 2. So let's test that. I have a hunch the answer's just gonna say no. Oh, it's just always on top now. And there's some artifact. Okay, let's say we get rid of this plus tile size thing. Then what? No, so it's, I'm always behind because it was added after. Which is interesting because, and then if I set this to -1, then I'll always be on top. I guess that makes sense. A sort group is a group of things that share a sort. Still always behind. Just a little weird actually, but I guess it's because this was added after. That's odd. Let me take a look at this code because something funky's going on here. Here we add all our layers, and I guess we add them in order. No, shadow group is added last. Oh, and it's set not to be sortable. So if I set this to be false, okay, first of all, apparently I can just do this. That's kind of cool. Second of all, let's just make this one false. See what happens. Yeah, we're learning this tool set together. Still always in front of me. I don't think it should be. I'm gonna do a empty. I think it should always be behind me, so I'm a little confused right now. Yeah, I guess it's literally because it is the more recent layer. Oh, I didn't set the parent to be sortable. Okay. think I got this. Yeah. Okay, I understand. So let's undo all of this. Keep the sortable group. Keep that. Keep sortable tiles. Go back to adding it to the right group. And now it's in the other container, but they should be in the same sort group. So I'm on top of it, but if I come down here, I should be behind it. But yes, for some reason, when I stop moving, I become on top. And I guess the reason I become on top once I stop moving is a Y thing. Like we're now equal, and I might be off to the right or something like that. Okay, I know I really shouldn't do a console log here. It's gonna kill me. It's gonna yell at me. It's gonna be so mad. But I kind of have to see. Console info, sprite. Now this is gonna yell at us, so we gotta be prepared to kill this ASAP. Okay, it is an entity part. Whoa, it's an entity part. Yeah, that makes sense. And this is now a sprite, yes. The Z order is pretty big, yep. So it's interesting. So I'm surprised this didn't work last time, but I'm going to try it again. If sprite.zorder_offset doesn't equal null, sprite.zorder plus equals sprite.zorder_offset. Simple. In fact, I'm also going to do a little log here where only these guys call the boys out. And now, copy that. Let's go down to how we do this. And we're going to say that in this case, sprite base.zorder_offset is equal to tile size. Oh my god, did it work? It wasn't supposed to work. I mean, I'm not complaining. No, like it was supposed to work. It 100% was supposed to work. I know what I'm doing. I am a good coder, and I intended on that working exactly the way it did. Which is perfect. I mean, this is great. So now, I think Z layering is just pretty much good. You know, it's like, if I walk through this doorway, for example. Okay, that's a little, I don't know what that artifact is. But ignoring that artifact, if I walk through this door, do a little print line. I'm going to do it this way. Let's go screenshot. And we go to paint. You can see that, well, we are in action. I am ahead of the wall in front of me, but behind the wall, or I'm ahead of the wall in front of me. You know what I mean. It's good. It's looking good. Now, I don't know what that line is about. That's tripping me out a little bit, but yeah, there's some lines since Pixie V5. Actually, they're all around structures. which is interesting. So it looks to me like it's this sprite. Get tile texture. Tile map. Get tile texture. I'm going to take a look at the sprite sheet. I think what's going on is if we go here, we go to assets, sprite sheets, check out this. What we're going to find is that these walls that have the issues like this wall, that brown, I bet you 1,000, I bet you 10 gifted subs. that brown right there is referring to this. In fact, I bet the test is we go to this corner and we see, yes. All right, yep, that's exactly it. We see that in this corner, the browns are not consistent. It actually just changed towards the edge. We have this brown, which turns back into the dark brown. And then on this side, we have the dark brown. But then if you go through the middle, you'll see it's the same brown all the way. And that's because we've hit the edge of the sprite sheet here. And we went from this brown to light, or to dark, to light to dark. Yeah. So, it's this floor, I think. I think this floor is rounding down in a case where it is rounding, where it should be rounding up by 1 pixel. Oh, hey, Jaegar. Welcome back. Yeah, so I think to fix that little blemish, we gotta... Does this become round instead of floor? Still running or about to leave. All right, cool. I don't know if you caught up on what we're doing here, but yes, we now have Z layering working here. Like the good example is going through this door frame. You see I'm ahead of this one here, but behind this one. And these are in 2 different containers, but they share a sort layer. So I can clear the tiles from one container when we, when we update this thing here. Right now I'm not doing it, so you're going to just see it build up. Like this stuff is probably going to stay. Yeah. But this is in a different container than like these trees, for example. So when we do the map chunking, I can now just call clear on this container. So it should just be a 1 or 2 liner or whatever, just so that doesn't build up. And it's separate from the entity list, but they're sorted alongside the entities, which is perfect. I think that's exactly what we want. But yeah, now I'm just trying to deal with this artifact that has popped up ever since these tiles are being treated as 1 bit instead of a piece of a chunk. I suspect this bug has always been there. I think what is happening is that this bug probably only really existed maybe at the top of the whole sprite. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm being dumb. Basically, this is new to me. I guess that's what I'm getting at. But we got this. Yeah, I think it's this rounding down, and then there's a pixel at the bottom where it should be seen. Yeah, this is looking good. Yeah, man, nice. Yeah, get behind the damn tree. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, man, I'm so excited, because this isn't even the fun part. The real treat is the post-processing effect manager. That's where I'm going to start crying of happiness, man. I've wanted to work on that for so damn long. But once this is good, man, I'm moving on to that, and I'm gonna make the sickest little toy for us to come up with day-night cycles or whatever we decide. Shadows are one I really want to add now. We've talked about shadows. This is perfect for shadows, actually, because I literally just split the tiles that would have shadows from the ones that wouldn't, right? Like, the things that now are sortable are literally the exact things that we would want to put the shadows on. So this is actually perfect. Oh, this is just falling into place. Okay, anyway, I want to see if the problem is that this is flooring, because I see sometimes the top left. Have you jumped for joy yet? All right, you're right. I said I jumped for joy. There we go. Nice chair jump for joy. Oh, why isn't this running? I think we could only... I have. Nice. Jaegar's doing the silent jumping. I think we could only get away with baked ones. Updating shadows I'm worried about. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not thinking sortable shadows. You're right. I see what you're getting at. We could... Let me just show you something. I'm going to do a little bit of code cleaning here, because this is already a method that needs some cleaning up. But right here is it taking all the tiles that would be like, okay, right here, this code here, Jaegar, is going through the map tiles that will become the big squared background, right? So in the end, it adds it to temp tiles, which below does the texture thing. Right here, boom, same, for each call, like X for each Y going through it, is where we're handling the sorted tile cases. So here, we could add shadows somehow, but add it to temp tiles. Like basically do one of these here. But this is now your shadow sprite. And then it would inherently here turn into the texture with the background. So shadows would still be baked, but based on these guys, the walls, I think that's the play. I think that's the game plan. And I think it's pretty simple. I'll show you. By the time you get to the island, dude, you're going to wake up. There's going to be shadows, post-processing, day-night, lighting, Z layering. It'll all be done. And it's only 1:40. We've got a whole afternoon ahead of us. And I don't mean to overpromise. If I don't get it done today, I don't get it done today. But I'm just saying. That's not quite baked since we got to create a bunch of new tiles. I see what you're saying. We're basically... Yeah, okay. It would be as expensive as... Okay, what I'm getting at, I suppose, is doing it that way would be as expensive as when we add a new layer to tiled and we have those overlaps, like a rounded corner. Like, it would be as... That's it. It would be as expensive as doing shadows the way we used to. And if that's not baked enough, it'd be like us hand drawing this, but we're just computing it on the fly. But if that is, if that's not baked enough, I see what you mean. It's not really the thing. I'm thinking post-processing one pass. All right. I agree. That could be good. In fact, I could take these... No. So the things I would want shadows are players, world objects, and these sortable tiles, right? That's pretty much it. Which means the things that we would want to turn into this post-processed thing are contained in this .sortable tiles and in this .sortable entities. Those are two containers that have everything that we'd want. We could do a similar texture thing where we go through on, you know, this like same map chunk change. We go through, we take those two containers, turn it into a texture, one texture for the whole thing, just like we do with the background, and then post-process that. Is that what you're thinking? I think that would be, that's like one pass, right? That's pretty much what post-processing is. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Anyway, we're close either way. We'll tweak the algorithm. We'll come up with the formula. Yeah, that's better. I think you can just apply it to the container. You're right. Containers, you can just dot filters. The reason I'm thinking a separate layer was because of the way this example does it, but we don't have to do it the way this example does it. The way this thing does it, though, is it makes a layer, a shadow for the shadows, like a group for all shadows, sets it to be a lower index than anything else you're drawing, -1, and then sets it to be false, so it's not sortable. So this does not inherit sort logic. You add a layer like you do before, and then for each of the bunnies, it's basically taking the, wait a second. How is this doing shadows? This isn't, never mind. This isn't doing exactly the same as I'm thinking. So this is taking the bunny or your object, drawing an outline rectangle. No, it's not even using the bunny's outline. Never mind. It's not. This is useless. This isn't what I want. My point is that it does filters here, but I see. Never mind. That isn't the case. Yeah, I think you're right. We'll just put it on the container itself and see if we can find a good shadow filter. All right. I was about to test something. Oh, right. This wasn't showing up. Where's our error? Math.average is not a function. Well, fuck you. I'm sorry I made an assumption. I mean, I'm going to see what it looks like if I don't do a floor or an average or anything. Average is bad. Why am I doing... I mean, average would average it to the pixel. Like, snap it to a pixel, which I guess makes sense. Interesting. So that's why we're flooring. Okay. Okay, put that back. Let's just undo. See where... Okay, now we're back to floor. So did that time... Okay. So this takes your ID, modules it by texture width divided by tile size. Okay, so let's say it's like 4096 might be the width of our texture, divided by 64, you get 64 as the tile width. You're on ID 3, so you do 3 module 64 gives you 0 times 64, blah. And then you do the same thing here, but you're doing divide. And then you want to floor it, because you don't want something halfway through. Okay, I now think this is right. There's no way that it's some arbitrary +1. so what is going on? Does not fit. Okay. See, there's no way. Let's put that back. I'm going to do a little sanity check. This file is exactly 2048 by 2048. Everything is exactly within the grid of 64 by 64. So 2048 divided by 64 says that we are 32Y. So if you were ID 36, and then we were told divide U by 32, gets you 1.1. Floor that gets you 1 times tile size 64. Start at Y64. While 0 to 63 is taken by the one above. That sounds right. Alright, I'm just going to do a little Pixie V5. Sprite sheet line from Sprite. Okay, I'm going to take a shot in the dark, actually. Let's get rid of anchor, putting it in the middle. So minus tile size over 2, minus tile size over 2. Maybe it was the center anchor was doing something weird about putting it in like an imperfect pixel position. I don't know. Nope, not at all. That was a total shot in the dark. Didn't even make sense as I was saying it. Okay. Alright, I'm going to move on to something else. But this artifact is definitely bugging me a lot. And we're going to need to come up with a fix for that. Oops, I moved everything over one somehow. Oh, because I didn't set the anchor. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so I also want to bring back this. And do a little test here. And then we're going to do a little attempt at just adding quick shadows to a container. Because I don't think it'll be that hard. So as I run away, I wanted to see those things die, and they didn't. Children, is that what I'm looking for? Oh yeah, Jaegar, I was chatting with Evan the other day, and I was just catching up again, telling him about how we really, we were just reviving the discussion about trailers, because we both kind of keep pushing it off, be it like not pushing off. We keep not prioritizing it because there's all these visuals that we want. Z layering and post-processing to me are the ones that I kind of want to be in the trailer. So I was talking to Evan about that, and yeah, so at some point he's totally down. He said no worries, and he's totally down to have a call and be a voice for the trailer if we want, or help us write it or anything. So I revived that chain of communication because we're pretty close now to needing it. Yeah, so this week, or maybe not, yeah, sometime over Christmas or, before New Year's, we should have a call with him and talk about it. Hey, lady. Get up here. Don't get camera shy now. He already came in here. He interrupted me. The least he can do is just be cute for everybody. Come on. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this stuff doesn't have the artifact. It's definitely only things with things above it that have it in the sprite sheet. Okay. Oh yeah, my test. Right. So let's run. Yep, so now it is deleting those tiles, and it brought it back. Perfect. So it is properly pooling the sortable tiles now. So next, I gotta find my Pixie V5 shader examples. Not shaders, filter examples. Nope. It's the demo. This guy, look at this. Nope. Was it this one? Yes. All right. Let's see what kind of filters we can just plug and play here. A simple light map, we don't need that. Okay, let's turn off displacement filter to start. Can turn off animating and rendering. No, we'll keep my rendering on, obviously. No. Okay, so do we have a simple shadow filter, drop shadow filter? Okay, I mean, that's not exactly at all what I wanted. I was really hoping that drop shadow filter is going to be plug and play. Alright, it's growing the box. was that? Something feels weird going on. I feel like it's not supposed to look like this. Yeah, there's no way it's supposed to look like that. I'm just gonna try it. So if we go to Pixie, filters equals filters. Here we go. So we set the bloom. Where's the bloom filter? Bam. So let's add here drop shadow filter. Literally. Is it drop shadow? Like the bloom filter was just, yeah, bloom filter was filter advanced bloom. Gives you advanced bloom filter. Probably. Right. Let's just go back to last stream actually. Here we go. Install. So I do the thing and then at latest. Okay. Filter drop shadow / at latest. Nope, not the name of it. Drop shadow filter. Drop filter - drop - shadow. Filter - drop - shadow. Let's get rid of just latest, see what it can come up with. Oh, that was fine, okay. So this becomes pixie.filters.drop shadow filter. And then we do it that way. Okay. So now if we go to tile map, tiled map. So let's try this dot sortable tiles dot filters is equal to a new drop shadow filter. I'm assuming that's not what it exactly is, but let's try it. So default's hopefully okay. So the test is, does it put it on the objects in a smart way or not? And is it a big square? Cannot find module, blah, filter drops. Filter drop shadow at Pixie. So this is what we installed. Pixie filter drop shadow. Okay, let's try again. Oh no, shoot, I got trolled. I totally thought for a second that the trees had a shadow, but that is like a manually added shadow by Tyler. Okay, so it doesn't look like it worked. Let's get rid of this stupid print. Tile map 269. Yeah. Get rid of that dumb loaded bounds check. Or print. That's funny though. So the sword inherits the X and Y position of the player, like of the base sprite. It ends up being in front of the wall. It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, I freaked out a little there, but we're okay. That's going to be a little tedious to fix. But we're not worrying about that. We're just trying to make some sick filters. Excuse me. So when we add filters in the past, so we add it to the base part. In fact, where's drop shadow? In order to make sure this is working right, I'm going to say let shadow filters is equal to this, comma this, OXFF0000, and then I'm just going to assign the drop shadow filters. If we see an outline around everything, we know it's the drop shadow filter isn't loading. If we don't see an outline, it's neither. Like something's really just off. Yeah. So there's no outline. Maybe we do have to add it to the individual sprite. No, you should be able to give it to the container and it just inherit, like the children inherit it. I think. Doesn't seem to be working, so I'm going to try something else. So I'm going to make a, let's try this. let's make a new layer. This dot shadows layer is a new pixie display layer. This dot shadows group. This dot add child. This dot shadows layer. We're gonna move this to be after tiles, but before that. So then we're also gonna say this dot shadows group is a new pixie display. So what I'm doing is, this is how the example did it. So let's just see. So this is a non-sorting, make a shadows layer. Wait, no, that wouldn't be the alternative. Okay, let's go back, sorry. The alternative is to just add the drop shadow to the thing itself. Sprite base dot filters is blah. That's the alternative. Now if this looks good, ooh, so laggy as fuck. Okay, all right. That's laggy, but you can feel it, right? You can feel those shadows. You see that light shading? Ooh. Now Jaegar is right though. Ew. This is way, like, this is why you don't put filters on sprites themselves. Like, ew. That is bad. We are not doing that. So let's try that idea I had. Because he said to put on the container, and it didn't work. I'm kind of suspecting that the container was putting the drop shadow almost like, I think what was happening is like, imagine this is a container. I'm going to do it to this thing, actually. Imagine this is a container. I think what it was doing is, let's add like a little, like I want to add a drop shadow to all three of these. If you just go filter drop shadow on the entire thing, it isn't smart enough to look at the children inside it and say, where do we add the drop shadow? It does it to the whole. Actually, that was smart enough. I take it all back. My example was terrible. Basically, I think it might have just been doing it around the perimeter and not around the sprite itself. So what I want to try is doing something else. So new map, render that, render that. No, it probably should have been that. So I think Jaegar's right. Let's go back to Googling this. Let's give this another good shot. Pixie.js, drop shadow container. So we want the whole container to be the one with it. Drop shadow filter does not work. Blur filter does. Oh, JS Fiddle demonstrates the following. What? Oh, that's the same guy. You should open up. Oh, this is 2015. Pixie.js v5. Drop shadow filter. Actually, let's undo a bunch and let's put the drop shadow back. Yeah, get rid of all this. So it's like I toyed around with doing that, then I didn't. Yeah. So let's do this. So in here I get to pass in some overrides. In here I can say all the things. I think Jaegar's right. I think what was wrong, what I think was going on here was that the filter, when I added it to the container, was so small that it just wasn't noticeable. Like blur of 2? Is that like, maybe when the thing's only 20 pixels wide, it's great, but when it's 200 or 2000 or 20,000, it's bad. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna try blur 200. Distance 32. Whether to render the shadow only. I might have to use that if I do turn it all into one big texture, but we'll get back to that. Pixel size. Capital S, yes. Size, let's do 64. Yeah. Let's try that. So we're really blowing up the shadow filter just to see if we even see something. It's not a good sign. I don't see it there. Nope, I don't see it. We saw it worked when we put it on individual objects, though, which is where things are a little odd here. But we'll get to it. Okay, I'm going to try one more thing. Let shadow filters is bleh. Okay. Just so that we don't break that. And let's go down here. I'm going to try that tile thing I just pitched, where we make a big sprite and do this too. But let's try it this way. Let shadow text is equal to pixie render texture dot create width times tile size, height times tile size. So it's pretty much the same, except we're going to do 2 render calls. One for this dot sortable tiles, and one for this dot sortable entities. And these both go into the shadow texture. So then we say let shadow sprite is equal to new pixie sprite using the shadow texture. Shadow sprite.x is equal. No, we don't have to change it. We don't have to change it. All we have to say is shadow sprite.filters is now new pixie.app.drop. Pixie.filters.drop shadow filter. Bam. What do we got? And I'm going to say this dot tiles dot add child. We're going to do it at the bottom. So we do the map and then we do shadow sprite. So really at the end of this all there is 2 tiles being rendered. Okay. I definitely just saw a bug that I can't explain. I thought I saw drop shadows though. Maybe I didn't. Didn't we? I thought I saw them and now they're gone. Is that the visual bug I think I saw? Oh. Wow, I'm dumb. 1 second. So, let's go back to this. So when I do the shadows here, there is now, where was it? Shadow only is true. Shadow only is true. I guess I also have to keep the shadow texture around so it doesn't get garbage collected. Shadow text. Delete it. This dot shadow text is equal to shadow text. Okay, let's see if this did it right. If this did a good enough job. Concerning. So the answer is no. Oh. Do you feel that shadow? I saw it pop in a couple times. Yeah, basically this did not work. Plus, why are you on the wall? What gives you the right to be on the wall? Oh, there we go. Wow. And then it disappeared. Okay, all right. We got progress. That's what I'm going to call that. So as the mouse moves, or as the new map loads, it just goes away. I guess shadows might have to be rendered every frame. Just a little like, ugh. I'm just going to group that logic. So this is the logic that made the shadows. So let's save it. And let's figure out what would load all the time. Alright, when does a recenter get called? When you follow. Okay. On moved. What is moved? Okay, I hate that I'm putting it here. We're not going to put it here. But just for the sake of testing it, let's put it here. If this isn't null, This dot shadows is a new pixie dot container. This dot add child. This dot shadows. And then in on move, I'm gonna say this dot shadows dot remove child. This dot shadows dot children 0, because there's only ever going to be one. And then this dot shadows dot add child shadow sprite. Okay, 1 second. And shoot. I'm probably doing this the worst way. If this does not work efficiently, I'm going to go back to putting the filters on the container itself. Oh. Line 433. Okay. Oh, shadows are not interactive. Oh, no, wait, that's not it. Width is not defined. That's the issue. Very, very peculiar. Yeah. All right, let's put this back. So get rid of all this shadow logic. It should go on the container. I agree. That is how it should be. Let's find the drop shadow logic again here. Alright, here's the NPM package for it. Really, that's all it is? Container.filters equals new drop shadows. What's going on? Okay, one day you're just gonna see shadows everywhere, and we're gonna be super excited. Till then. Okay, let's change our topic. Pixie V5 lighting. That's another thing that we can do with this. And maybe lighting naturally leads into shadows. You for sure know that I work in random orders, no plans. Oh, that's lovely. That's exactly what I want to see. Add dynamic lighting via deferred. Add the normal map, create a light. Oh, Pixie lights, create a point. So the normal map and the diffuse map are basically describe how the background would handle the lighting. Create your background container, add normals, backgrounds.add normal diffuse light. Add child, new layer diffuse, new layer light, and background. Filters, blur filter. Filter area, the whole screen. Okay, so filter area lets us clip an area for filters. That's pretty cool. Pixie V5 shadows. Drop shadow. Pixie V5 filters shadow. Drop shadow filter. Okay, let's go under the assumption that it's just not showing right. How would I really up it? Oh yeah, see there's something going on here with it. Wait a second. If I go to Chrome, how does it look? Kinda better, right? No. So this is also, never mind. I'm confused what that black outline is doing. Like I just changed the color. Yeah, the drop filter just looks bad. But it looked good for us when we applied it to the people. It just lagged the fuck out of the game. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Like this guy here, sprite base dot filters is equal to a drop shadow. So this should add drop shadow to everything like fences and stuff, but it's gonna lag. It won't add it to people and trees. I'm trying to only do half of it. Yeah, look how bad that is. And that's trying to add these drop shadows. Okay, as much as this is bad, I'm going to take advantage of this and just blow it up, like in physical size, just so I can tweak it and then apply that to the container and see if the container was working all along and it was just too detailed or if it was just never working. So let's go back to this client. Okay. So we're going to say distance is right now at 5. Let's change that to 32. Color's fine, alpha's fine, shadow only's fine. Blur, let's put this at 16, no 32. Quality, I'm gonna put this at 1 so it runs quicker. Kernels is null. The kernels of the blur filter, I'll keep that null. Pixel size is 1. I'm assuming if I make that a little bigger, it'll be a little more efficient. And resolution, okay. So let's whip this out and see if it's a little better. And by better, I mean way bigger and in your face. Interesting how it does that. Let's put pixel size back. Let's put distance back. Let's just bump up the blur and lower the quality. See what that looks like. Okay. So blur is normally at 2. I'm gonna put out 1. Does that just make it really close? Probably. Okay, so now this is slow as fuck, but we're back to this. So let's now try pixel size and pretty much isolation. And let's just do 2. Interestingly, as I zoom out, it gets further and further away from its thing, which is pretty freaking weird, but okay. And so if I make this, what, like a pixel size 128, is it just going to be a huge pixel that you just see everywhere? That's what I'm hoping. Might be too big. Let's make it 8. Okay, so now it's a little obvious if you actually have it going. So let's steal this filter now. And plop it back up here. Nope, I don't see him at all. That's a real shame. And just to clarify, like, if I do a new, you know, bloom filter, it just works. I deleted code, right, at the start of this that had some filter stuff I want to play around with. Map def, nope. Tile map, pixie.js, nope, nope. Okay, I probably pushed it. So let's go to GitHub. Oops, not v5 pixie. v66 slash pixie v5. Trying to remember where I put the bloom filter last time and applied it to everything. I guess I didn't push that because I didn't want to keep it. Let's try something. This dot filters. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to bump it. I just want to see a bright bloom. There we go. So that's a bloom filter, right? We can see bloom filter works. Beautiful. Ooh, love it. So now, can I just add a drop shadow filter to the whole thing? Now it shouldn't work, but if I go set position 400 by 400, set position 399 by 399. I don't know. I just really want this. I want this drop shadow filter. Alright, I'm going to find the GitHub repo for this thing. I want to go to its code. Pixie v5 filter container. Pixie layers with filters. You want to sort stuff from different containers, right? If layer itself is under the filter, it will work. Otherwise, I don't know the order of operations that you want. Oh, wait a second. There might be something suspicious going on with the fact that these guys use a layer. Let's see if that's what I have to do. Maybe it's the sortable layer that needs to know about these filters. Did that work? It's super minor, but yes, I think it did. It's so minor. I can see it though. I can definitely see it. Yeah, look at these walls. Okay. So that's not like the right kind of filter though. That's a drop shadow. Which I guess isn't bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. Okay. I'm gonna play around with these shadows a bit. Because we figured it out, boys. Okay. Quality. Let's just say 2. We don't need a 3. Well, actually, let's just say quality 1. Blur. I don't know. Actually, let's change it to distance 10. Nice. We got drop shadows going, and it's not even that expensive. And if I'm understanding this right, okay, wait, it's kind of weird to me that the more I zoom out, the further away the shadow gets. Something's weird there. But 45 degree, you can see it's going bottom right. If I change rotation to be -45, then we mean top right. And that's how we can get like the sun, you know, like the angle that the shadow is coming from. Yeah, now it's going top right instead of bottom right. Oh, that's so cool. So I could literally rotation starts at 0. Get set rotation. Rotation plus plus if rotation is equal. Return rotation. This dot shadow filter is equal to blah. Add shadow filter and on moved, this dot shadow filter dot rotation is equal to get set rotation. So hopefully what you guys see here is as I move my mouse around or scroll or whatever, the shadow of everything will move together as if the sun itself is moving. That is my goal here. Okay. Yeah, so if you're staring at this rock here, right, you'll notice. Oh, do you see the shadow at the bottom left of the rock? It's growing. Dang, see, it was at the top right, now it's going like down left a bit. That's pretty cool. So that means I basically need to make a global shadow manager maybe of some sort. Oh, my phone's dead. Let's plug that in. That is awesome though. That is like, wow. In fact, I'm going to go do that right now. Where is internal? I want to be able to pull this. I'll just make it a class right here for now. Filter manager. Constructor. This dot shadow filter is equal to get shadow filter, return this dot shadow filter. Gonna add this dot filter manager is a new filter manager. So we're gonna say update. And this we're gonna say this dot shadow filter dot rotation plus plus. If this dot shadow filter dot rotation is bigger than 360, this dot shadow filter dot rotation is equal to this dot shadow filter dot rotation modulus 360. Filter manager. Maybe I'm not even going to call it get shadow filters. I'm going to call this, yeah, get shadow filter, get day night filters. Yeah, cool. And then so instead of storing a shadow filter, we're just going to say this dot filter manager dot get shadow filter. And then set interval. And we're going to say, oh, Where is it? This dot filter manager is equal to filter manager, which is equal to, okay, no wait. Let filter manager is equal to this dot filter manager, which is equal to that. And then I'm going to say set interval, create a, inline function. And we're just going to say every 10 milliseconds do this. And that's going to be call filter manager.update. So this guy now, we should have the shadows kind of constantly updating. So now you can see it's going around him like that. Oh wow, we broke the camera, it looks like. I don't know, but I know it's pretty fucking cool. Okay, now I'm getting some performance hits. Come on. Give me the console. Get set rotation is not defined. Okay, that's what's going on. Get set rotation. Yeah, every time I was moving my mouse, it was crashing doing this thing, causing issues. That's why it was lagging for me, but not for the animals. Yeah. Wow, this is amazing. This is actually so cool. Okay, alright. Now let's do it to a bloom filter. So let's say this dot bloom filter, which is basically the shine effect of the sun is shining. That's not exactly true. Let's do Pixie V5 filters. Let's find that demo. Because this demo kind of shows it pretty well. So there's like a glow, that's not what we were looking for. ASCII filter, whoa, that's pretty funny. Advanced bloom. Yeah. Dot bloom is equal to new pixie dot filters dot bloom filter. Change quality to 2. Let's change distance to 8. And I'm not going to touch rotation. And then for bloom filter, I want to say actually, I want to add a little lerp function. Actually, what we should do is I should have a mapping where it's like day, night. Oh, yeah. So each property should have a, this is what it looks like in the middle of the day, this is what it looks like in the middle of the night, and it lerps from one to the other. Right? So that would be like this dot filters, where it's like this dot shadow filter. Is equal to filter of this. So this is starting point. Day val, yeah, and then it's in the day it looks like this. At night it looks like this. Yeah, I'm going to call it the name of the class. That's a good way to do it. So it's going to be this dot filters is equal to drop shadow filter. It's going to go to this. And then it's going to be bloom filter. It's going to go to filter, new bloom filter. And then this is what day bloom looks like. This is what night bloom looks like. All right, let's count our brackets. I think this is going pretty good. So we're going to say that shadow in the day looks like this. And the distance is like 16. And shadow at night is a lower quality that's a lot closer to the body. And then bloom, we're going to say, is like a... so there's something called like bloom scale as a property. Defaults to like 0.5. Brightness is like 1.0. Gonna set quality to 1. Actually, let's set it to 2. And then during the day, for example, and then during the night, they're gonna have two competing things. So at night, the bloom is gonna be a lot weaker. 0.5. Perfect. And then, so what doesn't this like? Unexpected token. I thought it was just being crazy. Oh, it's missing a thing. A right parenthesis. Okay, so we'll change what update does in a sec, but this is going to return filters, drop shadow filter. And this is going to return this dot filters. I'm going to call this, get shadow filters, and then get cycle filters. So something that uses the drop shadows is going to do something like this. And somebody who uses the day-night cycle doesn't necessarily have that. No, that's not it. Let's do it that way. Yeah. So now, if I go to this, it becomes get shadow filters. And we're also just going to add to the viewport itself this dot filters is equal to filter manager dot get cycle filters. Now in theory, this should just look like the drop shadow thing with the constant little bit of bloom. And I don't see either, so we probably have an error or something. Yeah. Tile map 55. this dot get shadow filters. Let's cycle. Yeah, no, that's not it. Yeah, let's change this. So it's actually shadow filter is this filters drop shadow filter. Let bloom filter is this dot bloom filter. Or I know this dot filters bloom filter. Oh, and this now needs to say dot filter. I forgot. Dot filter. So this is dot filter. I guess, yeah, this is shadow data, bloom data. Let shadow filter is equal to shadow data dot filter. Let bloom filter is equal to bloom data dot filter. I'm gonna call this yeah, never mind. Shadow filter params. And this will become bloom filter params. Okay. So now we need to come up with a lerp algorithm, I'm going to call it. So let's say that this dot hours is 0. Okay? And let's say update makes this hours increase. Right? So let hour of day is this dot hours module 24. And that gives us an hour of day on a 24-hour cycle. So I can then figure out, let's say at 0 or 24 is midnight, right? There's like 0 is like midnight and 12 is noon. So we will say let midday t is equal to hours of day minus 12. So I want to figure out its distance from 12. Right? So if this was divided by 12. So if it was 0, like if we were at 0, then we are okay, wait a second. Yeah, if T1 is 0, that means we are no, if T1 is 1, that means it's 12 over 12, which would only happen if we're at 0, which means full midnight. So this becomes T midnight, and then I'm going to do let T midday is equal to 1 over T midnight. Cool. So now I can lerp filter. I'm going to add a lerp filter little thing here. Actually, no. We're going to... I don't even think I need to do all these things. Now that I look at this. So I'm going to say let keys is equal to object dot keys this dot filters for let I is equal to 0, I is smaller than keys dot length plus plus I. Let filter is equal to this filters at keys I dot filter. I guess I'm going to say let filter params is this. Filter is filter params dot filter. Then we're going to say let day params is filter params dot day. Let night params is equal to filter params dot night. And then this is going to be filter keys is object keys day params. I'm just going to assume day and night are a match. Let j is equal to 0. J is smaller than filter keys dot length. J plus plus. No, plus plus j. One less assembly instruction. In C, that is. I'm assuming JavaScript's the same. Okay, so boom. Filter keys. So now we're going to say let key is filter keys at j. So we're going to say let value, let. So we have to give it a cert. So it's 50% of its night, like it's part night, part day, depending on this whole T thing. So we are going to say here. Yeah, so this actually is going to say rotation in the middle of the day is 0. And rotation in the middle of the night is 180. So it'll cycle back and forth. Yeah. That'll be good. So same with this. It goes day, night, day, night. So now we're going to say let day value is equal to day params at key times t midday. Let night value is night params at key times t midnight. And then filter at key is equal to day value plus night value. And yeah, if I know what I'm talking about, then this should work. And if I don't, I guess I don't. So there's a little bloom on everything. There's some shadows. Oh my god, I have hundreds of thousands of errors. Line 55. Wait, what? Doesn't know what rotation is. Tile map 84. Something really off is going on here. Empty cache, hard reload. It's getting the wrong line numbers in the air, which is making it really hard to take it seriously. It's saying the issue's on line 55, and it doesn't, like the logic didn't start till a few lines later, which tells me it was just an old... There we go, yep, now I'm getting a different error. 66, that sounds better. Object.keys is not a function because it's lower k. Seizure warning. Seizure warning. Oh my god, Guilds of Gods is having a rave. Uh-oh. Okay, let's go back. Whoa, that was a little intense. Okay, set the interval to be 10-second days. It just bursts bright, doesn't it? Yeah, my logic here is a little off. And I should probably do more steps. Anyway, this is fine for now. So hour of day, T midnight, T midday. I know it doesn't look like much, guys, but I hope you're seeing the potential here, because there's some mad potential here. Midnight, midday. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what's going on here, though. So that was our first cycle. Day starts, so 0, it's fully bright. Okay, I got it. So this needs to become a math.abs. Because if this is positive, like if this was 13, then this was going 13 minus 12. And if this was 11, it was going 11 minus 12. Okay, wait, no, my logic's just not right here. 11 and 13 need to be the same in this scenario. Yeah, so it'll be -1 or +1. -2 or +2, yeah. Yeah. It wasn't math.abs, I'm pretty sure. Let's try this again. Let's look at it. So when the shadow's all the way on the left. Yeah. Nice, okay. So we're gonna say 48, 96. Let's just say everything's in 15-minute intervals. But I still want a 10-second cycle. This is what you get. No, why is it stuck? It went too dark. Oh, shoot. I thought something hit my arm. It went too dark. It's actually, okay, it's divided by 4, module 24. That's what I'm trying to do, because I'm trying to do 15-minute intervals. Woo! Yeah, man, it's gonna be hype. So So this little day-night filter manager is going to be so hype. I don't know if this is exactly what's going to, like, you know, this is, I'm not saying that there's going to be day-night cycles, but I'm just trying to code an example. So now I'm doing 10-minute day-night cycles, and you can kind of see it's like when it gets dark, the shadow is mostly overhead. Then as it gets brighter, you kind of see the sun poke out. That's pretty cool. So now there's a bit of a, like, now we just want a bit of a hue shift, a minor hue shift to everything. So you could, I'm sure I had this on another monitor. Yeah, so now we just want a hue shift so that it can be a little blue in the night, you know, and then it gets back to a little yellowy in the day. And this bloom is probably too strong. Like, I'm probably playing this bloom up a little higher than it needs to be. Yeah, like we could change bloom scale to just be 3.5, and it goes down to like 1. And our bloom could be like 4, and it goes down to, actually 2 I thought was pretty good. And then brightness could cap out at 0.8 and go down to 5. Or 0.9, something like that. And then, yeah, so let's just get the other filters. So what filter does a little hue shift for us? By the way, this distortion filter I want to throw on the water and the way the water moves. It's pretty cool. Like, let's turn off the displacement filter. Now you can see what that looks like without it. So cover overlay. Bleh, we don't want that. We are looking for more of an adjustment filter. So you can just say like, hey, make things redder. You know, that's all we really want is a light adjustment filter. Okay, so let's find, oops. Where's the source code? Yeah, anyway, let's get an adjustment filter. So we go to Pixie. Adjustment filter. Adjustment filter. I'm going to assume this is just called filter adjustment. Shot in the dark. Filter adjustment. Bam, looks like it's installing. Cool, cool, cool. Then this becomes Pixie filters adjustment is adjustment filter. Then we can go back here. Call this new entry adjustment. So we would say it has a filter, which is a new pixie.filters.adjustment with this starting point. Here's the day values. Here's the night values. And it gets added to the cycle. Adjustment filter right there. Actually, it should be called adjustment filter. And then so let's do this. So by default, everything is just 1. Like, there's nothing special, right? I don't even think we want to give it default values because it defaults to literally, you know, nothing, like unadjusted. We want blue to be 1, red to be 1, green to be 1, brightness to be 1, that's it. and that's in the middle of the day. And then at night, we raise blue to like 1.1. We lower red to like 0.9, green to 0.9, and brightness to 0.85. That's what I want to see. And that's just an example of, let's see what that now looks like. I don't really notice it, so I'm gonna crank blue up to 2, and in the middle of the day I'm gonna set red to 2. And now we're gonna, oh, okay, it's because I wasn't even running the code. Let's put those back. npm run start. And this will all be a setting. Like, if anybody's concerned about performance, this type of stuff is obviously going to become a setting that you can just toggle off. So by default, we just, you know, it'll literally be in this manager, right? When you say, get me my shadow filters, it'll just return empty if you're not supposed to have shadows on. Nice. That's pretty cool. Hey, let's test it. Let's crank red up to 2 and blue up to 2 for night, day versus night. Ideally, I shouldn't have done day and night. It should be 4 points because dusk and dawn have their own kind of lighting. But so we get into the day, and that looks very fiery sun. Like, it looks like we're on, I forgot. Oh my god, I was about to name Anakin's planet. It's not Sakaar. Oh my god. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Looks like we're on a desert planet when it's so red, but it's there. So let's make night actually 1.5. I'm going to lower day to 1.1 on the red. And that's it. Because really, I don't really want to touch day too much. Because day is what Tyler is designing for, right? Like, day is just what the game is supposed to look like without anything. Nice. I'm going to send the guys a nice screenshot. I think I don't have enough precision in my day-night. 3:30. Oh my god, we got this done at 3:30. Oh, yeah. So good, so good. 96. What is that? 192. Yeah. This becomes divided by 8. Cool. So now I just have the interval again, so that hopefully this is pretty smooth. The timing of it transitioning. There shouldn't be as much jitter, I guess is what I'm going to call it. Screen to GIF. Can I call this? Yeah, let's do 480 by 320. Nice. Day night cycles bitches. It's a good file name. Probably should have named it something different so I can post on the Discord, but oh, you guys don't know how good I feel. I'm gonna go kill this cow. I keep ignoring that there's a right-click bug after I updated where you can kind of click through everything, but whatever. I think the bloom's blur is too much too, but it's really just me like emphasizing it. Yeah, it's a little too detailed. Okay, what lighting does the video... I'm sorry, I'm making a GIF right now on the other monitor. It's about that. I come back to day-night cycles. I'm making you a GIF, dude. I told you. I told you. We were close. Look at those. Look at those cycles, man. Ah. Oh. My day is made. Beautiful. Yeah, man. So right now we've got 3 filters we're playing with. We've got a bloom filter. We've got an adjustment filter, which is extremely cheap, I think. And we have the shadows. And yeah, adjustment is literally just change, like what red value do you want? What blue value, right? So it's like 1 is default. So it's pretty much all 1s during the day because that's what Tyler designs the art for. And then it kind of, you know, it raises the blue at night and it slightly lowers the red and the green during the, you know, during night. Bloom is powerful at midday, and at nighttime it's little. The shadows shrink, so it looks like it's kind of like, it's like a, oh man, I'm so excited. Hella sick, eh? Man, I'm just, yeah, man, hella sick. This is what the game needed. Oh my god. Look at this, look at this. Oh, now I'm going to check if there's a performance hit, and if there's a performance hit, I'm going to cry, but I don't think there is. And I think it should be easy enough to turn off for players who need to turn it off, or turn off one or the other. But yeah. Yeah, we got shadows. Whoa. Okay, these tiled... Okay. The blur that comes with the bloom makes these tiles really hurt my eyes. So I'm going to have to reevaluate the bloom. But... yeah. This is hella sick. Oh my god, dudes. And I know it would be too much. I don't want to go crazy, but I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to attach lights now onto little things. You know, so it's like you walk in a building and it's more illuminated around torches. But we're not going to even talk about that yet. We're going to be happy. I don't know, Jaegar. That does not look like a huge hurt, does it? Like, that does look... that is definitely a little worse than not having it. But that's in the same... like, we're playing the same game, right? Like, that's within manageable. I don't think there was a huge cost to that. Okay, what are these like? There's 2 spots that look like it dropped some frames though. So what was these things over? It's up a bit, but if we do some other optimizations, we might be okay. Yeah. And we can like tone it down. You know, like for example, if I go back here, I'm going to lower quality. Like for the shadows, you'll notice during the day, the quality is 3 when the shadow is long, and then it lerps it down to 1 when the shadow is short. I could just keep shadows, the quality on shadows low, keep the quality on the bloom filter low. There was no quality on adjustment because that's pretty lean. And let's see if it's a little quicker now. Yeah, exactly. I am right now, this is just at the top of tile map because I don't know where else we're going to need it. But I'm going to add this to internal. But I have this filter manager concept. So when you construct it, you basically declare the filters that the map is visually going to be using. So here's the drop shadow filter. Here's it created with defaults. When the day T is 1, this is what max day looks like. When night is 1, this is what max night looks like. And it kind of lerps between the two, like it averages the two. So we do that for bloom, we do that for adjustment. There's an update call right now that's kind of, I have it on an interval updating, but we'll come up with a better way to update it. And then you say, get me the shadow filters, blah, get me the cycle filters, blah. So we could easily have, you know, like a if use shadows, do this, otherwise, bam. And now all of a sudden, you know, we can just turn off shadows at the at a settings change, and it should all derive from this one place. Same with, like I just said, quality. I just played with quality here. We can make quality something that you could change in here, like a set quality, and it knows how to push it into this. Yeah. So I'm gonna do another performance check now that I just lowered the quality of the bloom. Okay, let me just take a little snippet of this. Okay. Let me just grab 25 seconds of content. That's what it looks like. Now let's do it again. Yeah, oh god, that looks so ugly actually with the lowest quality setting. Like, I cannot tell that's a rat. Between the bad shadows and the bad bloom, it's like there's just after images. Oh, but you know, this is just a performance test. Obviously we can tweak these, make shadows closer to the people, whatever we do. So by lowering the quality, what do we get? Yeah, it was a little cheaper for sure. We, by lowering the quality, it looks like we shaved off that much yellow even. Which kind of, maybe a little less. But that is the price of higher quality. I'm guessing we go to there for none. So that kind of tells us like, oh, if we wanted to add 3 more effects, we'd get it to here. I'm guesstimating here, but that'd be bad. So we do gotta be smart here. But still, I'm just gonna save this GIF again because I think this is gonna be cool. Day-night cycles. Send Tyler a little snippet of what's to come. Yeah, I gotta raise the quality though. These look so bad once you lower the quality too much. Okay. Yeah, so the drop shadow should be 1 during the day when it's big, 1 at night when it's, or 3 in the day when it's big, 1 at night when it's small. I think that's okay. Bloom should be 2 at all times. 1 seemed way too small, so I think that's okay. Actually, the default is 3. I sped it up by going down to 2. But yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This plus Zed layering. Ooh, it's been a good weekend. Oh my god, Jaegar, I just sent you the GIF. It looks disgusting. Deleted. Not even worth it. I'd rather we clip this stream and I send a link to that. Yikes. Alright. We're back. So I think we can be pretty happy with what we have here. So the 2 main bugs we got to work on. Oh, if you're still there, Jaegar, we've got a little bit of a bug here. I'm trying to debate what to do here. So I guess I could just arbitrarily give structures more, but you can see the club on the thing to the left because it's, you know. Actually, let me go back to this. If I go to, oh, I'm already in tile map. I'm also going to lower these cycles. Instead of 10,000 seconds, let's make it 10 Let's make it 5-minute cycles. So 5 seconds times 1,000 milliseconds a second. Oh no, 5 times 60. Yeah. So 5-minute day-night cycles. And I forget what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, right. It was about this thing. Z offset times tile size times 3. I think that should fix the sword thing. Maybe times 2 is all we needed, but yeah, times 2 is all we needed. Yeah, times 2 is fine, but yeah, that's exactly what we needed. Okay, so that's fixed. Now it's just that line above the frickin' stuff. Oh yeah, Jaegar, you should have been here when we had a fucking, what was it? Like 2-second day-night cycles. It was like a seizure attack. Walking behind the doors or the walls feels so good. So I have to brag 1 second. I'm literally bouncing. Okay, we gotta get back to it. Gotta center ourselves, guys. All right. So I need to figure out why. Like, if we go to items, some of these you'll see. Some of these I think have a line. I mean, maybe inventory is a better example. Fill bank, bank. Yeah. Like this thing, you can see a line that comes from the item above it in the sprite sheet. That is the exact same bug as this line. So how do we deal with that? Can we 2-for-1 this? Hide and seek event coming soon? Oh yeah. Oh my god, you can you're right. Wait. Set position 350-50. Yeah, the bloom, there's some... Oh, the bloom with the snow is a little much. I see now. It's taking that white. I was hoping I could hide behind the king maple tree. I don't know how tall I thought it was. What about the ash tree? Godly snow. Yeah. No, you can't hide behind that too well. But yeah, you know, hide and seek event, man. Let's do it. Hide behind some walls. There's also some little thing. I know we can change. Okay, like there's a variable. Let me show you something, Jaegar. There's a variable, right? It's called distance in the drop shadow. And that's the thing I'm going from like 16 to 4 for day to night to make the shadows longer and shorter. But you'll notice that if I zoom out, shadows get longer than when I zoom in. Like when I zoom in, the shadow is only like a pixel tall. And then I go out to here. Now it's like half his fist tall. Now I go here, it is lower. Like I can see his whole fist. It's like something is off about the scrolling and the effects. And it happens with bloom too. When I go in, bloom looks totally fine here. Like it's a little bit of a sheeny thing. It's not much. When you zoom out, all of a sudden you have bloom overlapping with bloom and getting these weird, I'm going to call it artifacts, you know? So there's some zoom somehow plays a role in this. And we can manually handle it by just looking at your zoom level and adjusting the shadows and blur amounts and stuff. But I'd like to understand the relationship between zoom and these effects. Actually, that's probably exactly it. It's that the effects are constant in like what a shadow is. But right now the guy is like 40 wide. Now he's 20 wide. Now he's 10 wide. But the shadow stayed the same pixel amount the whole time. That's probably what's going on. So we do need to probably somehow listen for that. Oh my god, the door feels better when you can go behind it. Oh my god, you can stand behind the door. You don't know how much I wish we wanted this. Like, I mean, you knew. You wanted it too, but you know. Okay, so let's figure out that line. That was my focus. This line, I don't like how it's there. I also don't like that I can see a tiny bit of green leaking from the bottom of these things. And before I did filters, I could see it too. So it almost feels like it's grabbing the pixel above and then not putting the one below, which doesn't make sense. That's not how it should be capturing textures. And I was looking at this function before. I blamed this thing, but it didn't end up changing anything because after I looked at it, I had decided it was right. The math adds up. That's not gonna work, but you know, I almost feel like that's what we gotta do, but the opposite. When I did the opposite, it just kind of yelled at me. Yeah, see, the line got thicker doing that. So that's not what I wanted. If I do +1, it goes over. The math does add up, so why isn't it just grabbing a perfect size anyway? Yep, see, it won't even load because I went over. Yeah, if tx plus tile size is smaller than base text dot width, let's just add 1 just to see how this looks. If tx plus tile size is smaller than base text dot height, ty plus plus. So doing that, line went away. But now I can totally see through things because the math is off other ways because this is just not the fix. And is this something like a anti-aliasing like thing? Is this something that I can just fix in here? Round pixels, false. True. Yeah, so I think we are going to be ending the stream shortly here, but this has been some pretty sick progress. I mean, there's definitely some bugs to totally work out, and we're going to have to optimize this for sure. We don't want to make anything perform worse until, you know, we've made it perform better. But maybe we could release this with Z layering alone. Like, there's no reason we have to add this whole, like, filters thing, because this is definitely the thing that we're going to have to tweak and experiment on multiple computers, see how laptops without graphics cards handle it compared to desktops, compared to mobile. But Z layering we can probably try to get out sooner rather than later. The shadows is what does it for me. Like, yeah, one way to fix this stupid line is to not have things take up the full size, but that's a terrible fix. I shouldn't even say that. Over here is where it looks really bad. Because you get a big fat line of them. Stabby, stabby. I do gotta say, Jaegar, I am impressed now with Pixie V5, and I do think that this was definitely the right move a while ago, now that I'm getting to play with these filters. Because this has been just me randomly playing with it, like, not us being smart at all, you know? Which is what we're definitely going to want to do. Plan out exactly what we want, test out a lot of things. Like, I'm a sucker for bloom, but I have to admit, you can't just bloom everything. And it kind of messes with any natural lighting Tyler like colors onto the sprites. Like, for example, the snow is like glowier than he probably ever intended it would be. I think it looks kind of good with the rocks, though. The fact that the rocks get shadows and the sun, and a little sunny spot. Ooh. Okay, anyway, round pixel didn't fix it, so I'm going to set that back to false. Yeah, at least we did it eventually. Yeah. No, we did it. I can't wait to go tweet some screenshot Sundays. Make a sick-ass GIF of this. Good to see it working without other bugs from it. Oh yeah, the only other bug. Actually, let's see if you can help me here, because I'm not even sure where to look for this. The right click when you on release now brings up the computer's right click menu after on release. So we didn't have that from V4, and I'm just not exactly sure what that is for V5. I mean, I'm going to go do some more Googling, I guess. I did last stream, but let's do it again. Pixie V5, right click, not working. Wow. Oh, that's it. Yeah, man, that's it. That's the only, as far as I know, like literally the only downsides I have seen of this entire thing is these damn lines, which never used to be there because it's like a rendering issue we have everywhere, though. I was saying earlier, like this line you now see, and it's the same line as on the top of your poison shard. And it happens because on the sprite sheet, the thing above it is touching the line. And it's for some reason pulling that pixel in. And I don't really get why, but we have it in the item, in certain items. We have it here, and before it wasn't an issue, I guess, because this was on the same layer in the end as grass and everything. Like there's just, I'm assuming it just got covered or something like that. Like it just worked out. But now that it's its own thing and it's just trying to render one of these at a time, we're seeing that same visual bug. But I mean, if we can figure it out, fixing that hopefully will mean we can fix the item version too, which will mean we can fix the cosmetic shop version of that bug, because I've seen that happen with the cosmetic shop too. Because it's all the same thing. Oh, sheriff outfit, nice. Yeah. Wait, let me Google something else. Pixie V4 to V5 migration broke right click. Tiled. Oops, don't save. Where do you get your events from? Is it in Pixie? Probably. Yeah, here we go. Input box, key down, pointer up. On drag. Actually, first let's see if there is anything getting logged when the right click happens. Nope, it's not hitting a warning or anything. I wonder if stop propagation. I mean, that's probably not at all it, but let's just see if you just stop propagation all the time. Or if that now hits an error because that's no longer a function. Nope. Same thing. Oh, I just realized that flicker at the start is totally something I'm going to fix before the stream ends. That is just 0 being night, and this filter not starting with night settings. Now that I see what it is. Adjustment filter. npm run start. Hopefully now when we first queue it up, it'll just already be nighttime and not... I mean, maybe I should start at day, but, you know, you get the gist. Nice. Okay. Yeah. And actually, let's start it at hour 12. Middle of the day. Nice. Okay, so now we don't get the flicker at the start. Starts off. Oh, that was a bit weird. Did a massive flicker. Very weird. Starts at this dot hours is 12. Let's get rid of that red tint. I don't know why I have that on day. Nice. Really just flicks straight to dark. This dot allow hours, this dot hours. Huh. Anyway. Oh, I guess actually what that is const filter let filter manager is equal to new filter manager. No this filter manager, no that filter manager. There. Actually, I think that is what we need. Because making new maps won't just reset it now. Yeah, I mean, it would exist in its own little world. Just want to make it on startup. And then I'm going to push this up after and we will end the stream. There we go. Now it didn't flicker when we went from map to map over resetting it. It'll share the days. So if you know... Oh, I guess we also might want, oh yeah, different filters depending on whether you're like above ground, below ground. Like the dungeon will probably have like weak shadows, but a more blue hue all the time maybe. I guess we have to differentiate dungeons from basements. but you know, you get it. Cool. Well, thank you everybody for coming on this Sunday. This has been a really fun, productive day. It's been awesome. Yeah, so reminder to, obviously, if you have family plans, do your family stuff. But next Sunday is our 1-year anniversary of streaming. So Jaegar and I, well, probably shouldn't rope him in case he does have plans, because it is the 27th. But presumably, we will both be here. And we'll be hosting our Sunday stream, 1-year anniversary. We'll make an event out of it, play the obelisk, do a drop party. You know, we'll do some fun stuff, and maybe do a Q&A. We talked about putting together a video of some sort to showcase where we've come, where we were. Because, you know, if you watch those streams from a year ago, the game looks completely different. And I think a lot of our newer players are gonna be shocked at how far this has come in 1 year. So thank you again, and yeah, we will see you all next Sunday. So have a good day, everybody.